Well, it is always indeed a pleasure to have you join us on your ultimate socio-cultural program on television, and I'm talking Flipside on Independence Television, reaching live from the city of Benin. Now, for starters, Flipside is a program, a very unique program that pinpoints some, topical issues in society, and tries to examine and, of course, unravel the mystery behind some of them. It airs every Wednesday from 1:30 till about 2:25. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, today we're discussing something that has to do with Nigeria as an entity. Now, oftentimes we hear people say that Nigeria is a federation, okay? But what exactly does that mean? What comes to mind when we hear that Nigeria is a federation? And in any case, what is a federalism? When we say Nigeria is a federal system of government, what does it entail? And what are the implications of the concept of federalism? Well, these and many more we're going to be examining right after this break. Please stay tuned. Yes, it's great to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independence Television. And before we went on that break, I did introduce the topic for today, federalism and resource control in Nigeria. Federalism is a very broad concept, and it's something that I believe always causes controversies every time it's introduced, because that is basically what Nigeria is. Nigeria is, I don't know whether to say on paper, a federation, because most of the time we say, oh, Nigeria is a federal system of government, but is that so in practice? So that's basically what we are going to be trying to unravel today. And of course, to do this with me are two erudite analysts who are very passionate about Nigeria. They are actually young people, and they love, to see things move in the right direction. Okay, they are both experts in their various fields. To my far left is someone who goes by the name of William Sedia. He is a public affairs analyst and also a political enthusiast. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Thank you very much, Ari. Thank you for having me on the show.
It is always a pleasure to have you. And of course, seated next to him is someone else who is a social impact commentator. As a matter of fact, he's someone that, should I call him a realist now? Because he always wants to see things the way they are, rather than the way they should be. All right, so I guess it's a case of realism versus optimism. All right, he goes by the name of Favor Sadzi. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Always a pleasure.
And it is a pleasure to have you.
Always a pleasure.
Here we are again, and we are going to try to unravel the mystery behind federalism. So let's begin. When you hear, of course, most of the time we hear people say that Nigeria is a federation. What does that really imply? What is a federalism? Of course, when we're back in secondary school, back in those days, we're told that the federal system of government is a system where you have the component states, and of course the central, seat of power, right? So I guess that's what Nigeria is. But what do you think it is from your own perspective, Williams?
Yes, federalism in its sense is a system of government or a pattern of government that power is being divided by the components and the central.
Okay.
You can say the states and the federating unit. But that federalism, it gives the states more control and right over their own activities. They also want to put it in the layman so that people can understand and flow with us. So that is the true.
So you're saying that the component states have an autonomy?
Yes, but there's a central oversee over these states. So there's division of power between them. But in Nigeria context, federalism that we are practicing is directly opposite. The power is concentrated in the center. But if you check, so it's divided between the states, the 36 states and the 704 local governments. But in the recent, the power is concentrated in the center, which is the federal government. And then you would further break it down. They now said to look more, you see the way they constitute everything. Now okay, there's an executive list, concurrent list, and a residual list. Executive list strictly for federal government. Okay. Now take note, as I'm going strictly for federal government, currency, foreign affairs, security, and all that. What concurrent, state and federal government. You see, state and federal government. We have agriculture, health, and education. Okay. The residual list.
Matters that can be handled by both
federal and state governments.
All right.
Then the residual list, he said, they now said what the Constitution does not explicitly recognize. So the state can legislate on that.
So that's what constitutes the residual
That's what constitutes the residual list. So these are the issues. So with all these entities, it makes the federal government, which are even less of activities, more powerful than the states that have more of activities.
And that isn't supposed to be so.
That is not supposed to be so. That's not true federalism. True federalism is power divided between the states, but states are even more stronger.
So you're saying that the federalism that we practice in this part of the world is not true federalism?
It's not true federalism.
Okay, Sadze, what's your perspective?
It's not different from what he has said. You know, everything when it comes to Nigeria always gets to take a turn. And so, at this case, we want to consider the kind of federalism we are practicing to be hybrid.
Yes.
And it's more of circumstantial. And what meets or what fits the situation of the elites and those in power. It's never going to be beneficial to the common man. It has never been about the common man. It has always been about those who also at the corridors of power who these things directly benefit.
So you're saying that our own federalism is designed to suit the powers that be?
That's always been the case. Even the Constitution has also been designed to fit the powers that be. Okay. And they are the ones who can exploit the Constitution carefully enough. Most people don't even have access to this Constitution and these affairs that we are supposed to be responsible for. So we are just where we are. Intentionally interested, you may not even know what is going on.
So we have to be intentional about it.
Always has to be, but we've never seen that happen in recent times. We are more concerned about, in fact, the only intention the common man or a Nigerian has right now is how to eat, how to feed.
How to feed. But isn't that a necessity? Isn't that the primary yearning of the average creature, not just humans? Because every creature desires to stay alive. And of course, how do you stay alive if you do not survive, if you do not eat, rather?
It is necessary for a fish to swim in water, yeah? It is not the fish's responsibility to provide water to swim.
Okay.
How about you say like that?
Interesting.
So, if the fish has to think about how to navigate the water and also provide water, then there is a problem. It disrupts the ecosystem.
Okay. So there has to be provision.
There has to be provision for the citizens to at least afford basic necessities.
Okay.
It is not their duty to provide basic necessities. That's the problem. So there's a shift in the balance.
Okay.
So we are doing both the job of the government and both the job of the citizens at the level that we are.
That's really serious. All right, in case you're just joining us, it is Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at federalism and resource control in Nigeria. We shall be going on our first break on the program. When we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. Sadze, I would like to ask you this. How does Nigeria's federal structure affect its resource control, okay, or resource distribution among its component states? William said in opening that a federal system, an ideal federal system is one where the component states are more powerful than the central government. But that seems to be the reverse in Nigeria. So how do you think Nigeria's federal structure affects its distribution of resources amongst its component states?
Yeah, what we've seen in recent times happens to be a shift from what it's supposed to be. What has now become the norm is a case where resources are taken from regions that have naturally been endowed and supposedly
have contributed more to the
and still contributing more to the national development or the financial status of the federation. But we see these resources not evenly distributed. Okay. And it now benefits states that are actually not doing so much in contributing to the national treasury, so to speak. And it's a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. So if we equally, make an effort to make things happen, we should, enjoy the benefit. But when some persons are dilly-dallying, some persons are lukewarm about these things that are supposed to be. You should not eat from where you did not, so
where you did not invest.
Yes. So those that have actually invested, those that have actually been embedded with these resources, should be the frontiers and first beneficiaries of these resources. Now you go to those regions, you see a case of infrastructure is still very, very underdeveloped. The education is still at the minimal level, and there's so much money being sent, but we're not seeing the effect of this money being sent. So it's still
wise to acknowledge that the money is being sent.
It still boils down to a factor that may come into this conversation later, which is corruption. The custodians of these monies happens to not be accountable, and so we see the situation be where it is. So not until the custodians becomes accountable, we will still see the resources being taken from the north or the south to the north or north to the south, and nothing still changes.
So the real problem is accountability.
Accountability.
Okay, Williams. Most of the time, you want to respond to that first.
Yes, you see, this issue is a major problem that is rocking, that is within Nigeria, that is making issues so cumbersome for the federal government. Just like I said in the opening, the concentration of power, the concentration of power, whereby they control the resources.
Yes, I was going to ask you, as a matter of fact, this was going to be my follow-up question.
Yes.
What does resource control mean within the Nigerian context?
Yes, so the issue of this resource control and then not approaching the areas of, or the owners of these resources the appropriate way that is to be approached. Then I will start like this. In 1960, 1966, then in 63, there was a constitution that came, but that was the only time Nigeria practiced federalism. Whereby they said, then it was the west, north, and the south, the southeast then. So that was cocoa, rubber, and which other oil.
Yeah.
So they're keeping 50% of their resource, resource control, 50% of it. So then, going back to 1966, whereby a military took over, they then discovered, that was when oil was not officially discovered in Nigeria. Now I said, oh, this is it.
So would it be safe to say that it was the advent of oil that changed the narrative of the Nigerian Federation?
Yes, they changed everything. Since the discovery of oil, and I said, okay, then they now asked everybody to seize right to the federal government. They say, okay, we are going to base it oil as in one means of sole revenue generation, and then they took the rights from this state. Then now started the fiscal policies, sharing of generate revenue. So generate revenue and remit to the federal government, and then we then share to the states
governments or the states.
To the states.
Okay.
So you see, men sitting down, not doing anything, sharing money from these states, and then not also impacting the states. So you are spending more on people who just sit down and say yea and nay. You understand?
To determine the fate of
people who are the residual of these resources that you are using to service the center. So now, the issue is this. Why they are collecting these resources, they give them in cash, but they don't impact them in infrastructure, just like what I was trying to say.
Yes.
So nobody is interested in agriculture anymore. People who are not producing oil outrightly are even benefiting more than people producing oil. Just like I told you before, if we have to go into with this issue, we'll be stepping on toes. Because it's the major issue that we're having in this country. If the various states or various regions, now I'd like to come back to this. Because of this issue, they now said, okay, the issue of equality, unity, then they divided the country into 6 geopolitical zones. You have the northeast, north central, northwest, southwest,
middle belt.
Southwest, the southeast, and the south. So then issue of okay, we are not still okay. Before then, they introduced census. If you go down to issue of census, just to make sure that they benefit more from these resources. You understand?
So the whole idea of census was an equitable distribution.
They were trying to look for how to make sure that the people don't suffer, because they were talking about marginalization, that they knew. If you listen to me, you're supposed to understand what I'm talking about, because I said we step on toes, because they knew that if we leave these people, we'll suffer. So they will try to look for a process where they now say, okay, if you are benefiting 60, I should be almost close to 60. They are not doing anything, they want to be close to 60. So they inflated if you go like
a monkey, they walk back.
Yes, but if you go check the issue of census, they inflated figures, and they will not balance it. So okay, let it then the next issue of federal character, a lot of things. This is your federalism. So the master inflating figures, you start approaching these states the way it is, like how they structure the whole issues. The 1963 constitution, and then this came by census, the geopolitical zone, and all those issues. So now the major issue that we are talking about that is still on this political platform, political arena, is that less states control, each state control, or each region control their resources. So when they control their resources, they let give you a certain percentage. You can say, okay, give us 6 or give us 40 or 30. Then be charged of the security. But if you have to go with it, then state police will also follow. Yes. A lot of things will follow.
State police, what would be the essence of state police? To enforce its implementation?
It is currently changing now.
The resource has to be
protected.
And you have to do that autonomously.
Yes. So now when there is any national serious issue of security in any state, you go and queue up at the federal. The all cumbersome issues in the central. You queue up there and then you start making calls. You say no, it's not your time to move. So you'll be waiting for clearance. Okay. So a lot of things. So what they are agitating for is that give these states, give these regions. You've successfully created these cities geopolitical. Give them the right, freedom to say. Then wait for them to give you a certain percentage.
All right.
So when they go like that, the center will become almost totally useless.
And that's the bone of contention.
That is the word they don't want. Right. Because they just go there, sit at the center, collect this issue. If you go to they start examining the budget, you will see that Senate are collecting way bigger
percentage
legislation, collecting way bigger percentage than most of these states who are generating the revenue.
Governance is very expensive.
The cost of governance. I think that's another subject in itself. But let's examine something else. And I would like to ask you this, Sadze. Why has resource control become a major problem in Nigeria's political discourse in recent time?
I think you mentioned some of it already.
Yes, I just want to hear your perspective.
Highlighting some few points. We are selfish, we are lazy, and we do not want to be accountable. And so, you know, there's this proverb that says, it's cliche though, but it says, who use teeth, mouth, share meat, now you know how the one with big pass. You know, whether the one with the inside mouth or other the one with the outside. And then again, food where you don't want chop, meat where you don't want chop, soup where you don't want taste, don't use teeth share them. So if you add all of this together, we see a situation where those who are at the corridors of power, that the powers may be, so to speak, who are in charge of, you know, dividing this resource, are not sincere with their intentions. They're not sincere, and even the people they claim to represent, they have been fully not represented, these people, because they've represented their own stomach first and their own bank account. And so you see at that point, that's why you observe that cost of governance that we're saying just now becomes so much expensive than the people who actually are supposed to be direct beneficiaries of the resources that they've been blessed with. How can I be close to water and I'm still thirsty? How can I be close to water and I still don't find water to use? Another man will come and barricade the water, put perimeter fencing and tell me when I can fetch my own water. And I have to seek clearance for that. And then the water God has blessed me with, I still have to share it with a lot of people who do not even have water at all. But that would not even be the problem if at all I was even getting something else from these people. So we do a trade by barter system. So we know everybody is contributing, but that's not the case. So it's a problem that I do not know how we solve it. But the truth is, we know what to do, and all of us know what we are doing.
Do you really think we know what to do? Because it might seem so, but you know, the facts actually do say otherwise. It looks like we're clueless at this point, and we do not even know what ways or what measures to take in, you know, finding solutions to the problem.
Everything is correct on paper. The problem we suffer is compliance and implementation, and that's because
So we don't have a structural problem. Is that what you're saying?
We do not.
No, there's a lot of structural problem
in the system that we have.
In the system that we have.
If you say we have structural problem, when it's an elite fighting an elite, you observe that there's no structure. The court will not be delayed. What's it called? Litigations will not be delayed. People will come up when it's a case of these people trying to make things work for themselves.
So when it's elite versus elite, it's not a problem.
It's not a problem. It's more interesting when it's elite versus a commoner. You see how fast things will work out. Cause will meet cause, and so Nigeria work. Let's not go too far. A minister's and ex-minister's relatives were kidnapped the other time. It took about 48 hours before the kidnappers were apprehended.
Interesting.
But when we're crying out for children that were kidnapped long before, days before.
So which means the right structures are actually in place.
It's just
the willpower and the sincerity of purpose.
Yes.
To actually bring about the right change.
I may be wrong, but that's what I think.
Okay, fair enough. Williams, you want to give us? You want to tell me why you think you've seen it from a different perspective now, and you agree with him that we actually do not have a structural problem per se.
The structural problem.
Okay, so tell me.
The issue I've told why is structural problem. When last, because my own concern largely is this, that we are not saying that you should not sit over these people. Fine, sit over these people, but we want to be seeing more impact to the people who are contributing more.
But that's what we are saying.
Yes, yes, that is the issue, because that's the way we talk of structure. Because when last was a new state created, they will not want you to create more states. They are struggling to create more states. And if you are to create more states, it's still going to favor some other people.
So you think that the fact that no new state has been created in recent time or for a long while
to create this issue of imbalance.
Okay, so it's
marginalization.
So it's a structural issue then.
Yes. So if you have to look at the structure, I don't think so. No, if you have to look at the structure, you have to look at the structure of the country.
The structure to create a new state are in place.
Okay. So it's the willpower to actually implement it.
I understand what this talking.
It's all right. You're going to have to hold that thought for now, because there's a whole lot to say in this regard, and I'm actually finding it's really, really interesting. But you see, it's a very, very broad subject, and like I said, we really can't exhaust it in the twinkle of an eye. We have to go on another very important break, and when we return, we have another guest joining us via Zoom, and of course, he's going to be sharing his own perspective with us. But I'll be right after this break. Please stay tuned. Many thanks for rejoining us. It's still Flipside on Independence Television, and we're still taking a look at federalism and resource control in Nigeria. Now, right about now, we have joining us someone who happens to be a political analyst and an ADC candidate of Ego and Ubauka Federal Constituency. He's joining us via Zoom, and he is also very passionate about the state of affairs in Nigeria. He goes by the name of Ekundayo Ukpama. Let's join him, and let's have him join us via Zoom. Good afternoon, Ekundayo.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's great to have you join us on the show. All right, so we're actually having a very interesting conversation today. It's something that has to do with federalism, and of course this is your field. It's something that I'm sure you're really passionate about, federalism and resource control in Nigeria. So let's get your take on this. What's your perspective to Nigeria's federalism, or Nigeria's version of federalism?
Sure, thank you. And first, I'm listening to my brother Sazi and my other brother that make this argument. we need to understand that federalism is the process whereby the federal government shares power between the federal government and the local government down to the local government so that there can be balance of power in the country. But at the same time, it also comes down to when you're talking about resource control, where a lot of oil producing states tend to have issues. Many oil producing states argues that the current formula does not adequately compensate the environmental and social costs associated with the resource extraction, thereby fueling some demands for greater control. But at the same time, I think SARSI also show an insight on state policing, which also boiled down to the federalization of the country by sharing power, by allocating power to the state. But at the same time, to do that, we should also understand that in a country where a state governor have an absolute immunity, and at the same time, we are seeking for a state policing, which is a good idea because most international countries do have state policing, local government policing, and so on. But for we to be able to do that, it's like we are giving the state governors, the state government already have a gun. We are giving them a bullet. Because if we are talking about state policing, we must also talk about what is the repercussion of state policing. What are the government and the state governors are going to do with the power that are trying to give to them now, which is the main definition of federalism, is the process of sharing power, allocating power from the federal level down to the state level, down to the local government level. So I will also say that it is in this process, the resources that is being generated in Nigeria, it is not adequately spread around the country. And even if we have states that are producing more of the resources, but at the end of the day, for stability and from some states to start not feeling inequalities about what is going on in the country, I think it is fair for the way the resources is being shared. But can it be better? Can the state that produce these resources, should they be looked into? Are there advantages that things that can make the state better by the means of making sure that the environmental issues over there in the states, like oil spilling and all that, should be properly looked into? Of course. So I would say that the process and the formula of sharing this money, these resources down to the state, are things that need to be looked into, and the Senate, the House of Rep, they have a responsibility to make sure that there are laws that governs and there are processes that is being followed to make sure that these resources gets to the state, and also it is being utilized for the purpose being sent to the state.
Ekundayo, that was a brilliant one. Now let me ask you, Williams, how do you think, or should I say, how has the current revenue allocation formula influenced the debate on resource control?
Yes, when the issue was raised up, just like what he was trying to explain,
yes,
the issue of environmental hazard and all those issues whereby farmers can no longer fish and all those things, people...
do you think those were legit concerns?
Yes, still up to today. Up to the Ogoni issue, the water cleanup project and all that is still ongoing. They've not even done half of it. So these people are kind of that, okay, if you are sharing this issue, you are not doing it accordingly. You are not feeling the impact. Take note, the federal government has control of most of everything. Infrastructure, just like I said earlier. You understand? Then they now going back and say, okay, let's do 13% derivation. They added 13% derivation. So to the people who are custodians of these resources, but that is in cash. But the impact, I want to talk about the infrastructure impact, the direct impact to the people.
Benefiting financially,
yes, but
not infrastructurally.
That's the issue. You understand? So now, since you took that power, excess power over the state, but we are not doing it to the core. You are not exercising it to the core.
To the letter.
They are just appeasing, like, okay, take more money.
Okay.
You cry, take more money. Just like we are saying this, you take rice. You cry, you take rice. Take food. You eat. No, that's not the issue. The major issue.
So the people are not feeling the true impact of governance.
The true impact of federalism.
Okay.
So when you give these people, let's say 50% right to control their resources, they have no reason not to fix the environmental hazard, the issues that directly affect the people who are the custodians of these resources. Whereby farmers can no longer farm, they can't go fishing. I know most of this river area that are direct control, that direct residue of these natural resources are majorly fishermen.
Yeah.
They can't even farm, but still, nobody is concerned about their plight. So they are not, the major cry of these control resources is not merely because of money, but because of the infrastructure. So we are supposed to be seeing if Nigeria is benefiting with oil resources, then the state like Port Harcourt, Rivers, Delta, and anyway, those states we are supposed to be seeing national legacy projects in the states. To compensate you also, okay, because you are the custodian of these natural resources, these are direct benefits. You said you want to legislate on the healthcare, education, and those issues. You don't want states to do it. You want to also make. So why not force these people to do it rather than giving them money? That's the major issue. So we're supposed to be seeing free education in these places.
Okay.
Good roads, better healthcare system, direct infrastructure, great jobs for these people. The issue of Niger Delta militants and all the issue of these are the major issues. It's not because of the money, but because of the plight of the citizens, because of the suffering of the citizens. That's why those people came up arms. Yes, that's why they came up and said, no, we can't continue to suffer like this.
All right. Thank you very much, Williams. That's pretty much clear enough. Let me ask you, Sadze. I already see you smiling, so I can tell that you can't wait to address some of the issues that have been raised. Now, what do you think? What lessons do you think Nigeria can learn from some other countries that practice true federalism? Because it seems like there is a world of differences between us and some of the other popular countries that practice federalism. So what do you think they are doing differently that we could take one or two cues from?
I would rather want to answer the question like this. It is not what they are doing differently. It's about what they are actually doing right that we have been doing differently.
Okay.
So we have been the ones doing things differently.
So theirs is the standard. That's
the standard. Okay. In a place like Canada, it's clear, it's visible to the blind and audible to whatever. It's a case of sincerity of purpose. We are not sincere. The leaders are not sincere. The citizens are not sincere. Even if you're not even mistaken these days, children unborn are still not even being sincere. Because what we see now is a case of, you see people come up today and say, oh, we want rights, we want our land to be...
So you mean we are passing down the legacy of insincerity even to the younger generation?
That's what it is. Whether we accept it or not, it's the truth. Okay, it looks like Delta State where, there's a lot of hazards. And at a point in time, I saw documentaries that were made at a particular point where people are trying to, protest, agitate, and clamor for proper environmental cleanup. Immediately an intervention is done. Immediately that cash hits the ground, that matter dies. Now, that cash that is supposed to be for the cleanup and welfare or well-being of the people or citizens at that point,
community,
the impact of that intervention is never felt.
They don't even approve. They just go down to community people. Why? People who are supposed to be the agitators. They don't go down there and give them, and then you go and sit down and let the company start exploring. Remember, there was 2019 or 2020. A human rights lawyer said, these international exploring companies, IOC, they will only pay Nigeria close to $200-something billion in tax. So these people are just exploiting us. And not impacting the government, even impacting the people too. Yeah. So they run the government, run the people. So if you can't put these people to check, then leave the state. Let the state put them to check.
But the thing is, even if you leave the state, they still put them to check. The state will still not put them to check. And I'll tell you, I'll cite a case scenario for you. In some part of it, in a part of Edo State, I want to mention the area, so because it's very sensitive. There was this factory that came around. And because of the kind of production or manufacturing they were doing, there was this bad smell that was around the environment. Landlords tenants were complaining, people were beginning to move and all that.
Air pollution.
Serious air pollution. And I think it got to TV at some point, you know. But you know what happened? When I think the government decided to intervene on the matter, or people that were, you know, interested intervene on the matter, they told the manufacturers to stop or find a solution to that bad smell that was the air pollution.
Pollution, yeah.
You know what happened next? People in that community came back and said there was no pollution.
So what do you think?
That it was just an allegation.
What do you think might have happened?
Money had exchanged hands.
Wow.
This is not the
Agitators are supposed to agitate.
It takes us back to the corruption factor.
You get it? So it was a case of few persons are now okay with what their new account balance was reading. So it didn't matter how.
But were those people enough to speak on behalf of the populace?
In every society, there are always
there are gatekeepers that people will speak for you.
In every society, in the family, everybody cannot talk.
True. Spokespersons.
So the people that have been empowered to speak, especially with money, will always be the ones who are controlling all with community rights. So poverty is also another problem.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Sadzi. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now we have to go on another break, and when we return, it will be time to wrap things up on the program. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, my next question is directed to Ekundayo Ukpara, who happens to be an ADC candidate. Now, we've actually been talking about a federation or federalism generally, and you happen to be based in a system or based in a country where federalism is practiced to the letter. So let me ask you, how would you compare federalism in the US with federalism in Nigeria as a country? Like, from your own personal experience, and judging by your own observation, you know, in your current geographical location, how would you define federalism as compared to our own version right here in Nigeria?
Thank you so much. And first, let me quickly buttress what Sadzi said, was just talking about, then before I answer the question, you know, which also boils down to the lessons Nigerian can learn from other federal system. The simple answer is transparency and accountability. So in other advanced country, international country, what goes on is the same thing that happens in Nigeria, where taxes and revenue is being generated, is being collected by the federal government, and then split down to the state government and the local government levels. But the thing that is different from what other countries are doing than Nigeria is that the Nigerian government and the state government, they are not being transparent. They don't tell the people what comes in and what goes out. They don't show you that, okay, this is what comes into the federal post this month, and this is how we were able to disperse this money. And there is no law enforcement that enforce that when this money gets to the state, they are being used for the purpose being set to the state. You know, and so that is some of the biggest issues we have in Nigeria, is that people get money and the money is not being used for the purpose. And then there's this constitution that says that.
All right, a quick one. All right, do you think it's different in the US? Because you just talked about something that borders on transparency. Do you think the American government is more transparent, you know, in its running of its federation as compared to the Nigerian government?
Of course, because let me say this. You know, over here, a state government don't have an absolute immunity. That means a governor that is not using the resources meant for the state can be arrested, can be charged to court. But in Nigeria, we have a system where a state governor cannot be checked. A state governor have an absolute immunity that whatever it does, it cannot be checked, it cannot be investigated until he leaves office. But we are waiting until this person leaves office, but all the damages that he has done to people. So when the system understands that there's check and balance of power, they tend to act right. They tend to do the right things. Our state governors, the people in power, they know what to do. They visit countries like the US, Canada, and Australia, UK. They see the way governance is being run over here. They know that if a governor in the US right now is involved in anything like sexual scandal or anything like trying to go against the constitution of the country, it goes to jail. It goes to jail from the government house straight to jail. But in Nigeria, we don't have those systems. We don't have a system that checks what people that we put in power does. And that is the major fundamental problems we have in the country. So there must be check and balance on power, there must be accountability, and there must be transparency in governance.
Now, as we begin to wrap up, what do you think our government can do better, going forward? Because it's easy to just outline the problems that we have as a people without actually preferring solutions. So what do you think the government of the day can do better as compared to what, America and other civilized, should I say, federations are doing to make the citizens' lives better?
Sure. First, the Senate and the House of Representatives, they have a job to do. They need to revisit the Constitution of Nigeria that allows the state government to be checked. They also need to enforce and make sure that, yes, our law enforcement are independent. They should have the right to investigate, and the court also needs to play a very fundamental role in this process. The court system cannot be sweeping things under the rug and expect the country to grow and expect the country to have a system that everybody is being carried along and every citizen is being properly taken care of. So by the time the court system understands that, the judiciary understands that, yeah, when somebody does something that is wrong, we need to hit it at the head. Like, look at what just happened in the case of ADC 2 days ago. Like, a federal high court judge, Justice Peter, stood before Nigeria and said that the Court of Appeal, that his court has more jurisdiction over a Court of Appeal in the country. So when things like that keep happening in a country, we need to start checking ourselves. We need to start making sure that, yes, it starts from every citizen of Nigeria down to the highest office in the country. We all need to start acting right. We need to start understanding that, yes, we must contribute our quarters into this to make sure that the country succeeds. Right? And how can we do that? By making sure that we follow the rule of law, we abide to the rules that governs the country, and also make sure that whenever we have the opportunity to advocate and speak out, we should speak out. We cannot be quiet. Right. We cannot think that things are not going well for the country. So thank you very much.
Ekundayo Ukpama, political analyst and ADC candidate, Ego and Ikpoba Federal Constituency. A very big thank you for taking our time to join us on the show. And of course, to my guests right here, let me just let me hear what you have to say in less than a minute. What do you think can be done better, to ensure that we live up to our true nature as a federation?
Yes, two things. Give them control over their resources, and then be the monitoring agent over them.
Okay.
When they bring this money, distribute this money, and then make sure, if you don't want to give them control over the resources, when this money comes, make sure you follow the money to the latter, and then the purpose of that money is being
make sure you follow the sharing formula.
Yes, make sure you follow the sharing formula. But if you give them control, and then let it be, let them. They also make sure that you oversee them, that that they don't misuse the control that you have given to them.
Thank you. Sadzi, as we wrap up.
Quickly, our so-called leaders or politicians should just do fair play. If there's fair play, every other thing will be balanced. They are just shameless about the play. That's the problem. They should just fair play. That's all.
Fair play. Let there be transparency in the way we handle things. All right, a very big thank you to you, gentlemen, for being a part of the show. It's been a very interesting conversation. Federalism and resource control in Nigeria. Well, we actually do hope that the powers that be have been taking notes and that they are ready to do the needful going forward. Thanks again for being a part of the show. All right, it's been Flipside on Independence Television, and it's been a very interesting conversation. I actually, I wish that we had more time, but time is never our friend on this program. But subsequently, we hope to, extend the conversation. There's always room for a part 2 or a part 3. But in any case, it's been a very interesting conversation, and I hope that you've had, an amazing time on the show today. Until I come your way again, same time, same station next week. My name is Harry, and I'm saying, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself an amazing day. Bye for now.
In the body, which is for metabolism.
certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. You will say, oh, my dear. Oh, already I'm here. Is that where I live? You're not over. Yes. You're not do so much. Yes, my dear. Where's the manager? Where's the manager? Oh, I'm here. Where's my dear? He said, comment c'est papa de voici
ça m'a topé.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I went to us and I know what I will say.
Papa.
The Caliban was in a coupon of wisdom. Who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Echo one as ever. Ever here, not the letter did we ask about my former. I will wear in it. A joke. Hey, Jonah will. Hey, Jonah, pull up. Hey, Jonah, Luria, he said, Bobby, poor Bob. But John Way, God said, and I had the way. Bobby, we had the one, no matter of the
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Cannot wait any longer.
Hello everyone, welcome to the program. This is This Morning on ITV right here on Independent Television. I am Anuluwako Stevens here in our Benin studio, and I also have on this table this morning Harry Agboje. Good morning, Harry.
Beautiful morning to you, Anu. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. And joining us this morning in Lagos and Abuja, I have in Lagos Marcelina Unkwa, and also in Abuja we have Charity Tanko. Good morning, Mercy. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Good morning, Anuluwako. Good morning, Ari. Trust you guys are doing good.
Absolutely. Now, yesterday we saw the federal government dismissing reports of new telecommunications fuel taxes, as it says that the federal government has dismissed reports suggesting that it has adopted or is considering new taxes on telecommunications services and petroleum products following the publication of the International Monetary Fund Article 4 consultation report on Nigeria. Now, the clarification followed reports that the IMF had said Nigeria may need to extend VAT to fuel products and introduce excise duties on telecommunication services to raise revenue, fund development and social spending. However, a statement by Efe Owokpore, Head Information and Public Relations Unit, Ministry of Finance, yesterday, said the government in the report said it was actually misrepresented the content of IMF report and did not reflect its policy direction. Now, according to the statement verbatim, the IMF Article 4 consultation report contains the fund's assessment of Nigeria's economy as well as recommendation for consideration by authorities. Harry, I remember when this news actually came out that the IMF is actually suggesting to the Nigerian government to put more taxes. Let's tax the telecommunication, let's tax the fuel. A lot of Nigerians talking. And now we're seeing the federal government saying, no, this is our stand and we're not going back the IMF. It's just a misrepresentation of the total news. What do you think is playing out?
Well, we've seen cases in the past where a certain piece of information trended, and of course Nigerians got, Nigerians panic over virtually everything, and rightly so, because the average Nigerian is going through tough times, and it doesn't seem like it's letting out anytime soon. So whenever something of this nature is trending, it's only natural for Nigerians to react the way they do. But over time, we get to see if there was any element of truth, if there was an iota of truth in it in the first place or not. In this particular case, well, I think it's only right to take the federal government by its word. Okay, let's hope it's really not the case, because it will amount to sheer wickedness, to subject Nigerians to any further form of hardship, whether in form of taxation or whatsoever. I don't have a problem with taxation in itself. But what I have a problem with is, denying the ordinary man basic infrastructure, basic necessities that the government should be able to provide on a normal basis. But when that is absent and you are taxing the people, I really don't see any sense in that. So as far as I'm concerned, it's okay if we are talking taxation, but let it be that, you're taxing the people based on the infrastructure that you provided for them, and the level of, should I say, the standard of living that you've raised for them. The average Nigerian is living below average as far as income is concerned, and it's a sad reality. So we cannot be talking of taxation, under such circumstances.
Absolutely. The timing, interestingly, matters. In a time where Nigeria is grappling with insecurity, of course, that's going to come to the fore, a rising cost of living, and the whole lot of things happening at the same time. Having the conversation as regarding more taxes is truly worrisome. Marcelina, do you share a different line of thought?
What Ari just said, it's not about bringing more taxes. Are we, what are they using these taxes for? Is it benefiting ordinary Nigerians? Especially now that the issue of insecurity is a major problem. Are we seeing what we are paying taxes for? Ordinary Nigerians living below, expectations, living below what even if you're saying, okay, we're living, the ordinary Nigerians, like Ari said, living below average, you're just coming up with taxes. Are we seeing what they are using these taxes for? Is it being implemented? That is the question. How is it benefiting ordinary Nigerians? That should be the major focus. So not just coming out to say, oh, we want to increase tax. Is it actually benefiting ordinary Nigerians? That should be the major focus, because this government, they're there to serve the people. If you're implementing more taxes, how is it benefiting the ordinary Nigerians? So that should be the question they should answer.
Well, I feel like the federal government has answered it already by saying we're not going to have new taxes in the telecommunications sector and also in fuel. Because let's even talk about fuel. Well, there are those who would say we're seeing a bit of cherry news coming out from the Middle East crisis. Where just yesterday, Donald Trump signed in the deal to perhaps end the ongoing war. And perhaps we'll see a lot of Nigerians smile, Harry, moving forward in that sector. Because right now, I feel nobody wants to hear anything as regards taxation. How much is a liter of fuel? We're still grappling with the removal of fuel subsidy. We're not done with that. And IMF is actually, trying to advise the federal government to do this. But it's a good thing that the federal government has laid its own stance and say we're not expecting anything. And then if we even talk about telecommunications, you know how expensive data is at this point. I need not tell you how a lot of Nigerians are complaining every single day. In fact, the telecommunication guy guys reacted to this by saying we're already taxed enough and we do not even need any more of this, Harry.
It's interesting that you made mention of the telecommunications, because that's one thing that is biting hard on every Nigerian right now. As a matter of fact, you do your subscription, and before you say jack, it's exhausting.
Data is expensive.
It's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy, and I don't know. I personally am not finding it funny, and I believe I speak for a vast majority of Nigerians out there. Well, maybe the rich are finding it a bit easier, but the common man out there is not finding it funny. So like I said, taxation in itself is not a problem. What the problem is taking from the already impoverished masses. Taxation is a common practice in the civilized world. America, the UK, Canada, and the rest of them, especially countries like the UK. All right, so they spare nothing to tax the citizens, but that's because they provided they've done the needful. They've provided the needed infrastructure for the citizens. They've ensured that the citizens are not suffering. They do not lack basic needs.
Right.
So if you've done all of that and you're taxing the people, then they themselves will understand what they are being taxed for. So when they are paying their taxes, they are seeing the dividends. They are seeing what their taxes are being used for. Now tell me the essence of taxing people when they are already impoverished, when they're already living below poverty line. It's crazy and it's sad. Well, like you said,
right.
It's a breath of fresh air that the federal government has come out to say, well, it's not true. We were misinterpreted or misrepresented. But let's hope that is sustained. Let's hope that sometime tomorrow they don't come back to say, well, we actually thought we could help, but sadly there's nothing we can do about it.
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to more revelation coming out from this particular story. But I don't know if we have Abuja on to share in their view concerning this conversation. Anyway, we'll move over to Lagos. Mercy, what are we getting from your end today? Can you fill us in?
Lagos, we would still be looking at insecurity. The Senate's President Godswill Akpabio, has suspended its recess and summoned lawmakers for an emergency plenary session June 20. And to address the worsening insecurity in the country. I mean, it's a good development. If it will help, why not? The issue of insecurity has been a major problem. So now that they want to sit and talk about it, probably it will help. So we're just hoping and looking. So basically, we're looking at insecurity that the Senate, they've summoned lawmakers for an emergency plenary section to talk about insecurity, to look at the issue of insecurity. So different things, different kidnappings, banditry, and all of that happening in different states in Nigeria. It's a major problem. So the fact that I want to sit to talk about it, I mean, that is kind of an improvement. So we'd hope it works. And what we just want is a lasting solution to insecurity in the country. And we'll keep talking about it till we get a lasting solution to insecurity.
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to all of that conversation and more. Now, whilst we're still grappling with insecurity in Nigeria, let's not forget that governance and politics actually is also on the front burner. Today, right here in Edo State, Nigeria, we will tilt our attention towards the election ahead of 2027 youth participation in politics. A couple of months ago, we had the City Boy movement, we had the Village Boy movement, and interestingly, it comprises of youth, young individuals who are, particular about Nigeria and want to see that Nigeria move forward. And also, we know how the youth is so strong on social media. Now, the big question is, how can we move all of that energy online and bring it down to the grassroots and bring it down to, the polls come election? Because there are those who would say that election is not conducted on social media. So we'll talk about all of this and more. And interestingly, we'll have youth, able-bodied youth, join the conversation during the course of the show. Now, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll move over to look at a couple of national dailies today. Join us again. welcome back. You're still on to This Morning on ITV, and now we'll start off with The Nation newspaper on the newspaper review. The Nation newspaper this morning leading with senators, representatives to decide retaliation against South Africa. As it says, anti-migrant actions, a dent on Mandela's legacy, says federal government. Some writer there speaking. Terrorist Halilu sentenced to death by hanging, on page 5 of the Nation newspaper this morning. Kidnappers being recruited in Edo. Kidnappers being recruited in Edo on page 5. INEC gives recognition to Gombe-led SDP on page 26. Telecommunications accounted for 7.8% of GDP last year on page 7. UK jury clears Desiani of corruption charges on page 2. My experiences from Vaster Okaku by Abdul Salami. On page 3, you get details of that story. Well, away from that, on the front page of the Nation newspaper, 24 hours to signing deal. Trump says U.S.-Iran pact averted economic catastrophe. On page 3, we'll talk some more about this on TMI Socials this morning. But Harry, I'd love us to actually rub minds as regards, I don't know if you saw the trending video that went online yesterday with the news that says the UK has finally cleared Desiani Madueke free of all corruption charges. Barely more than a decade of the conversation, being in court. And I saw the video where she said God has finally vindicated her. She is free, and yeah, she's good to go.
Well, I really do not want to rub sentiments on this, okay? Because if we're talking Nigeria, then I would say maybe there was some sort of, should I say foul play that may have panned out somewhere.
But this is the UK.
But this is the UK, so
right.
I wouldn't say the same of the UK. The UK, I'm not saying they're perfect, all right? But I believe that to a very large extent, they take their time, to do their due diligence as far as matters of that nature, are concerned. I really wouldn't want to believe that that any sort of foul play played out. If they didn't find any evidence against her, then I think that's enough for them to let her go. Okay, the court of law does not, or should I say, the law does not actually work based on sentiments. It doesn't really matter how you feel about someone, as long as you don't have substantial evidences against that person does not have any case to answer. It's as simple as that. I am not a lawyer, but I know that much, and I know very well that the law doesn't work on sentiment. So yeah, I believe if the UK court has said there's no case against her, then so be it.
All right, who are you to even say anything regarding the judgment?
Absolutely.
Anyway, Harry.
Okay, let's move over to the next paper, which is the New Telegraph, and the New Telegraph is actually leading with a screamer which says, Minority Caucus, Insecurity, Judicial Chaos, Threatening 2027 Polls. Minority Caucus, Insecurity, Judicial Chaos, Threatening 2027 Polls. And that's on page 3 and 30 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Now, still on that, accuses Tinubu's government of chasing election over governance. I think we've had this conversation over and over again on this platform. Accuses Tinubu's government of chasing election over governance, politics over governance. And then still on that particular headline, demands 72-hour rescue for Oyo abductees. Demands 72-hour rescue for Oyo abductees. APC afraid of election, wants coronation. Interesting, and that's credited to Uche Secondus. Okay, right above the masthead, Tinubu, true judicial independence built on officers' dignity. Tinubu, true judicial independence built on officers' dignity. And that's on page 3 of the New Telegraph newspaper. And next to that says, UK court clears Desiani of all charges in corruption trial. And that's on page 4, just like you were saying, Anu. And then Oshomole moves to forestall Senate probe, denies forgery claim. Oshomole moves to forestall Senate probe, denies forgery claim, and that's on page 3 of the New Telegraph newspaper. No plans for new telecom fuel taxes, and that's coming from the federal government, and you'll find that on page 2 of the New Telegraph. And still on the New Telegraph newspaper this morning, reps review military overhaul as stakeholders advocate better health care. Reps review military overhaul as stakeholders advocate better health care. That's on page 2 and 28 of the New Telegraph newspaper. And finally, on the New Telegraph newspaper this morning, Trump says Iran deal may be signed today as U.S. officials reveal packed details. Trump says Iran deal may be signed today as U.S. officials reveal packed details. And that's on page 4 of the New Telegraph. That's a breath of fresh air. We actually do hope that that war, comes to an end already, just so, the rest of us can move on with our lives. Anu?
Absolutely. Well, the Daily Trust newspaper is up next, leading with insecurity, with the headline saying, fix insecurity or step aside. Reps tells Tinubu. Fix insecurity or step aside, reps tell Tinubu. Now, the minority caucus of the House of Representatives yesterday called on President Bola Tinubu to either refocus governance on tackling national security challenges and economic hardship or step aside, while warning that Nigeria is facing what it described as deepening insecurity, judicial controversy, and democratic backsliding ahead of the 2027 general elections. Well, we'll see how it goes. Would he step aside? Certainly not. But fixing security, we're looking forward to that. Daisiani cleared of all charges in UK corruption trial. We've highlighted that already. Ekiti, Oyebanji battles 12 challengers in governorship poll on page 11 of the Daily Trust newspaper. Federal government rejects IMF's advice on fuel telecom taxes. Despite outcry, work advances on Abuja hospital site converted to estate on page 16. 10 Cameroonians held in Lagos over alleged human trafficking on page 17. Federal government launches digital TV, targets 40 million homes on page 25. Well, on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper this morning, we have different pictures of members of the National Youth Service Corps Batch B, Stream 1 in cultural displays across orientation camps, which is going on currently at the moment in Nasarawa, Osun, Lagos, Kaduna, and across Nigeria. Well, congratulations to them, should I say. And also, finally, on the Daily Trust, questions as NDC ask candidates to sign agreement on page 10. Harry, now yesterday I actually saw this on the front page of the newspaper, and basically the news actually is saying, or the NDC, the leadership of the party, is telling candidates who are in the party, who are, fielding for position, using the platform of the NDC, that if you, by the grace of God, get into power, you get into office on our platform, and you decide to defect, you're going to lose your seats. And now we're saying again, this particular headline we're surfacing on the Daily Trust with questions emanating, the NDC asks candidates to sign agreement. What do you make out of this? Now, of course, we've seen different gale of defection over time, within the last couple of months in Nigeria. Do you think this is the way to go? And would this even work? It's another big question.
This actually brings mixed feelings. On the one hand, it seems like a party trying to control its members, right? But on the other hand, it actually underscores the need for some sort of discipline in our political system. I really don't know if this is the right way to go, but it occurs to me that the gale of defections is becoming a problem. I mean, most political parties barely have an ideology. Everyone is just concerned about their personal interest, and if they don't get it, they move on to the next. So it's all about personal interest. So perhaps this is the NDC's way of trying to curb, the gale of defections. Maybe, just maybe, the other political parties should also, adopt this.
But don't you think it's even hypocritical? Because other political party members actually defected from, we have angry persons who left the APC down to the NDC, or the ADC down to the NDC, and now you're trying to make them sign a do or die affair?
Which is pretty much why I said that it brings mixed feelings, right?
Right.
There's the sentiment that they're probably just trying to keep their members and ensure that they do not defect to other parties. So yeah, maybe this is just the thing is that there is absolutely nothing that is entirely positive or that entirely has an advantage. Everything that has advantages must have a disadvantage. I'm just trying to look at it from, on the bright side, that this is just their own way of trying to control the gale of defections. But at the same time, like you rightly said, they are being selfish and they're being hypocritical, because they have also been beneficiaries of this same defection we're talking about. So yeah.
Absolutely. Now let's have the next newspaper.
Okay. Next is the Tribune. Okay, the Nation newspaper. All right, the Nation newspaper is leading with this one that says, Senators reps to decide retaliation against South Africa.
I think we've handled that. Yes, the Nigerian Tribune is up next.
Okay, the Nigerian Tribune. Okay, let's take a look at the Nigerian Tribune, and it's actually leading with this one that says, Desiane free. London court clears her of bribery charges. Ex-minister says, Faith family sustained me through 11 years of traumatic journey. Well, why do I feel like this woman is warming up to go share a testimony in church come Sunday? Page 3 is where you'll find that on the Nigerian Tribune. And then, of course, right above the masthead, insecurity overtakes economy as Nigerians top concern ahead of 2027 elections. And that's coming from SMD Intelligence. Insecurity overtakes economy as Nigerians top concern ahead of 2027 elections. SMD Intelligence. And that's on page 1 of the Nigerian Tribune. Nigeria's external reserves rise $1 billion, I beg your pardon, in 14 years, near CBN $1.04 2026 target. And that's on page 7 of the Nigerian Tribune. And next to that, as IMF cautions against continued accumulation. IMF cautions against continued accumulation. Still on the Nigerian Tribune, alleged 2.8 billion naira contract fraud. How Sirica approved Nigeria Air consultancy contract to associate, and that's coming from the EFCC. And that's on page 1 of the Nigerian Tribune. And still on the Nigerian Tribune, Ekiti governorship poll. INEC reports 97.1% PVC collection. Well, I don't know. I think that that says a lot about its preparation for the governorship poll in Ekiti. And that's on page 15 of the Nigerian Tribune. And finally, on the Nigerian Tribune, FG commissions NADDC Automobile Training Center in Zamfara. And you can find that on page 4 of the Nigerian Tribune. Anu?
Now, finally, we wrap up with the Guardian newspaper this morning, leading with the 2027 polls. As it says, conflicting court orders, weak oversight raise credibility doubt on page 6. Nigeria listed among hotspots for acute food insecurity, great concern on page 4. Opposition representatives asked Tinubu to shelve politicking, address national crisis on page 6 of the Guardian this morning. NAF airlift sensitive electoral materials for Ekiti gubernatorial polls, others. Cosmetics, food, beverages, top 50% of counterfeit products. You might want to be careful. On page 2 of the Guardian, you get full details of that story. Nutrition, 774 adopts homegrown funding model, target 500 billion naira gap. Details on that on page 3. Electricity Act amendment sparks protest as state regulators warn of recentralization on page 3. And finally, on the front page of the Guardian, we have a picture or a diagram there trying to showcase the election process in Nigeria. It says barely 7 months to the next general election. We are seeing a bit of conflicting judicial pronouncements, declining public confidence, and the public crying, saying that we want credible elections, and also poor political party oversight. Seems like there's a whole lot of things going on at this point in Nigeria. Barely 7 months to the general election come 2027. Well, we get to wrap up on this note. Now moving forward, we take a short break, and when we return, we move over to the first conversation of the day, youth participation in politics. How far have we gone? Welcome back. As political activities gradually gather momentum ahead of the 2027 general elections, attention is increasingly turning to the role of young people in shaping the nation's democratic future. With youth constituting a significant percentage of the population, stakeholders say their participation in the political process is crucial to building responsive governance and sustainable development. Now, despite growing awareness and advocacy, concerns remains about low youth representation in elective positions, limited political inclusion, and barriers to active engagement. However, recent developments have seen more young people express interest in leadership, policy advocacy, voter education, and of course, grassroots mobilization. Now today, we examine the level of youth involvement in politics, the challenges confronting young aspirants and voters, and the opportunities available for greater participation ahead of the 2027 election. We'll also hear from political analysts and policymakers on how the younger generation can move from the sidelines to the center of decision making. Now, joining us this morning virtually live in Abuja, I have Hamed Musa Momo. He is a policy strategist and also politician. Good morning, Musa. Good to see you.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for joining the show this morning. Now let's kickstart. What have you been observing so far amongst young persons in Nigeria when it comes to electioneering period and also the electoral process in the country?
Well, quite fantastic that young people are coming out to showcase what they can do. My take in it is I'm delighted, I'm happy that we are taking the bull by the horn. We want to change the narratives. And more so, it's good for the young people, young youths, young citizens to participate so that if they complain that we have the old ex still ruling around government, they should be able to come out and participate and get them out and also prove that they can do it. If you see what is happening now, like in Edo State, for instance, in Kano State, for instance, some youth, a lot of northern youths are in the House of Representatives. But when you come, in those days, when you come to Edo, you will see old people, you know, being in the House of Rep from Edo, because I'm going to use Edo as an instance where I'm from. But the narrative has changed when we had this current governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, who is, you know, trying to ensure that participation of youth in politics is seen. And if you look at the House of Assembly members, you could see that very many of them are in their ages of 30, 40, and 45, which is good for our people. It's not just to make money, participate well, and let the people feel the dividends. And let our old people sit at home so that at least they can watch us do it. And I believe we can do it if we are given the opportunity, like, you know, we are giving, you know, some states governors are giving now, you know, and most importantly in the northern area, you see a lot of young youth in the House of Representatives, even in the Senate. But it's only in some of our areas we see a local government chairman like Rivers State, somebody in his 70s, a local government chairman. You know, what is he going to do for the people? Or still the old ex, you know, putting the old people, the old circle, you know, bringing them. So my happiness is that a lot of youth are coming out now to, you know, participate, register. So we just have to encourage them to do more of that. Thank you.
About encouragement, if you can hear me, in the previous administration, talking about the late Muhammadu Buhari administration, we had the conversation regarding the not too young to run, And we saw how that actually, spanned out for a lot of persons, especially the young folks in Nigeria. Now, do you think it has actually played any pivotal role in, the outcome that we're now seeing in this current administration as regards to the number of persons and how really represented young persons are in governance?
Yes, in the Muhammadu Buhari administration of the youth to run, is a lot of youth did not actually run. Even if you look at his government as the president, you will see that a lot of ministers were those that have served as governors, those that have served as senators, those that have even served even in the 1986 Republic were part of his government, his friends. So we want to encourage our youth to come out. Like in this administration today, you can see the Minister of Youth is a young man. It's because he's Minister of Youth. But you can see even this present administration, you can see that there is no young minister. All of them are old people. And I think our young people should come out, try as much as possible. What I think is the problem is lack of, finances to, bring out these people, for them to contest elections. Because it's a money-back thing now in Nigeria, because you have to have money before you will be accepted. The party cannot allow you to run on your own volition, whether you have money or you don't have money. But what they do is that if you don't have money, you cannot get the ticket. Look at the House of Rep in some certain areas. It's been bought. Even the primary election, they do now, they will say it's by consensus, they will say it's by, how do you call it now? But it is still the people with money bags that gets the ticket. All the young people that contested, they didn't get the ticket. So I think money is really playing out in it. And you don't expect, do you expect me now to come and bring 100 million naira to run for an election that I'm not sure of? Maybe I sell a property to run for it because I say I'm a youth. No. We just have to have our own party, the Young People's Party. Let's see how we can participate. We shouldn't put money in our faces. Then we'll see how we can, get these people out of the scene. But like I told you, in Edo State, young people are running because the governor is a young man and is encouraging people to, participate. Young people mostly to participate. If you look at his cabinet, there is nobody that is above 50 in his cabinet. He didn't employ those he is senior to. He didn't employ those that are senior to him. I mean, he employed those that at least he's senior to, or those that are averagely his age mates. So I think that is what we should try to apply, so.
All right, sir. That was quite an interesting factor that you raised, the money factor. And that's something that we really can't wish away as far as the Nigerian political landscape is concerned. But it's really quite interesting, the implication of what you've just said, because if we need money, we need so much money to participate as youths, what is the implication of that? Doesn't that mean that the same old people that have always been in place, that have always determined who gets what, okay, that have always called the shots, are still going to be, even if they are no longer, let's say we manage, to push them out of the system and, take over the helms of affairs. Don't you think they're still going to be somewhere at the background, calling the shots and determining, how governance or the dimension that governance should take? Because it's not just enough for us to talk about the financial issues, right? Do we have, do you think we stand a chance to, finally and totally push them out of the system when they are still, because if we are going to, the issue of godfatherism is something that is definitely going to come into play if we are going to be talking about money. The average youth does not have what it takes to, just like you said, imagine doling out 100 million naira just for, an electoral form. Do you think it's possible to push these people out of the system, knowing very well that they are still going to be the ones calling the financial shots at the end of the day?
It's quite, like I said, it's quite going to be difficult because money has to play in politics. Without money, you can't play politics. For me, I still think that there will be Godfather. Even with money, there's Godfather. But we have to come out. The youth have to, if we are serious. What I think in Nigeria is that we are not serious. We are not serious-minded people. By the time we see an old man that brings money, we will run after that. We don't still have the courage to take over power from these old people. No, we don't. We don't. Otherwise, you cannot see people like Akpabio still sitting down there in the Senate, having served as governor for 8 years. Where are they taking us to? You see them, when they finish as governor of their states, their own is to go and sit down in the Senate. How do you expect us to have the money? And they give these contracts to their own people. You can see what Oshomole is doing in the Senate, telling him, because you people, take your children to NNPC and all of this. Yes, because that is what they do. So the youth just have to overlook money. Let's come out, form our party, or identify ourselves with those that believe in the youth, like the governor of Edo State, Senator Mondi Kwewolo. Then we can then align. Forget about some other things. Once you are doing very well, then we will follow suit. It's just that the youth have to have the courage. It's courage first. Look at what VDM is doing now by ensuring that the children that are in the captivities are released. How many of us can do that? How many of us can go and join such protests? We can. Some will say, oh, I don't want to die in the process. I don't want to do this. But all we have to do is courage. We have to have courage in this country to be able to take the space. Without courage, we cannot take it. It's not only money. Money is a factor, yes, because it's politics in Nigeria is money. It's not like America or Britain where, people will come out based on, their track records, based on their credibility, based on what they can do for the people. So for me, it's still going to be the same for a period of time. It's just going to take time. And if revolution takes place, Nigerians are able to the youth are able to come out to say, oh, we want to do this. Then that is when we will get to that. But for now, we just have to, you know what I mean. You know what I'm talking about. You are a youth, so you know how it affects even in any sector that you are.
Okay, Mr. Momo, if you can hear me, I hear you loud and clear, because just recently the EFCC boss came out to say, as regards the last primary election we just had a couple of months ago, that 30 million naira to 20 million naira was actually spent with, the aspirants for just party primaries. And then one would actually wonder, do you think it's a deliberate attempt or a deliberate, plan to ensure that the same persons we have on board since 1999 or 1993 remain in power, or it is actually the way it is? But then again, away from that, two questions. We've seen situations where young persons have been given the opportunity to rule in the terms of affairs right here in Nigeria. Now, a case study of Yahaya Bello, and then we saw how that actually played out. So aside money, what other challenges do you think is affecting young persons, young individuals from, really being given that chance to make the difference in Nigeria?
I was going to come to that. You were going to talk about Yahaya. I was going to make reference to Yahaya Bello as the first governor in Nigeria, and I think he was 40 when he was governor. When he was living governor, he was about 48 years old, and it's not still up to 50 years. Like, yes, I know it's not still up to 50. But if you look at the Yahaya Bello, apart from being accused of embezzling money tune of about 80 billion or so, I don't have the figure right now. He did not really do well in areas of security in Kogi. He did one thing well in the area of security in Kogi. Because when Yahaya Bello was governor, I still used to go through that road to Abuja. I see the way he combated the security on that Lokoja-Abuja highway from Auchi to Abuja. I'll give him that. But as it is today, I know Dodo is there, it's also a youth. I don't know what they are currently doing. It's just that Yahaya Bello as a youth was accused of, embezzling money in his state. But if the facts are there, then they should prove it. But however, participation of youth in politics does not have to come whether or not. The youth just have to try as much as possible not to look money. VDM is doing a revolution today. Is he doing it with money? People are following him. Those are the kind of courage I want some of us to have. We don't have courage. Nigeria, the youth does not have courage. It's only to do cultism and go and kill one for cultism, and the cults will be fighting themselves in school and killing people after school. Come home, come to their place. They identify this person and they go and kill the person. That is what we know as youth. We just need to have the courage to be able to take out these people. You will say they have been there since 1999. They will continue to be there because that is how Nigeria is designed. That is how it is designed for now. The youth have to have courage. We don't have courage. We don't have the zeal to, take over the bull by the horn and, take what belongs to us. So it's still the same thing. It's still going to come because money has to play in it. And these people are not ready. Tell me in each state today that the governor will finish as governor, even when they have entitlements that is being given to them every 4 years, they will still go and sit down in the Senate. And you expect any narrative to change? It cannot change. There has to be a revolution. It cannot change.
Okay.
It cannot change.
Thank you very much, Momo, for your brilliant analysis. A revolution is something that I think the term has been coming up quite a lot lately, but I think there might be a little misconception as to what the word actually entails, because what actually constitutes a revolution? Does it mean the youths coming out en masse, to challenge the status quo? And what nature will that resolution take? Will it be, a violent one? Of course, we do not hope for a violent revolution. When push comes to shove, what actually happens? These are questions, that a lot of Nigerians are, trying to figure out answers to. But I would like to know what you've mentioned, because I think the question that my colleague asked pretty much borders on mentality, okay? Beyond the financial challenge that the youths are facing. Do you think the youths have the right mindset to challenge the status quo? Because it seems to me that it's a mindset problem, whereby a lot of young people are channeling their energy in the wrong direction. For instance, there's too many vices in the society today, and it seems like that's where the youths are channeling their energy into. Now, how do you expect young people whose energy is already directed on that side to redirect it towards challenging the status quo and taking over the realms of governance?
Well, I have continued to say this. I've told you that it's not going to be easy for them. I am a youth. I am in my 40s. It's not going to be easy for us to take out these people. The revolution I talked about is even a peaceful one. Like as I am doing now, how many youths do you think are watching me? To know that, oh yes, this young man is talking about youth, we are talking about peaceful revolution, this is what we want. How many are watching you now, you and I, on this television? No. Secondly, we have to have, like I've talked about, courage. I've mentioned it many times. The youths we have today, like I said, with the social vices of cultism and all the rest, you see them, touching computer, trying to take money, do cyber, they enter this cyber, this thing, doing 419, getting money from people's account. That is all they know. That is the youth we have today. Plaiting their hair, doing dada and all of this. The VDM that is doing dada, you can see what he's doing. I have made reference to him several times. So I don't think the factor of these people will still play. If I was a tout, if I am a tout, I will be giving money on election or primary election or this, or I'm contesting. One will just tell me, okay, go and sit down. This one is our leader. He has to go back to this. He has to do this. He has done this. He has done this. Maybe when they give me money, I will go and sit down. Is that the courage we would have? We don't still have it. All we need to do, let us pray for Nigeria. Let us pray for our youth, because a lot of them. Have you been to the psychiatric hospital in Benin? Have you seen how our youth, the way they are lined up there, lying down with ice and what they call this thing that they take? Is that the youth we want to come and take over these people? So I still think we need to pray. Okay, let me add prayer to it. Maybe the courage I'm using is not enough. Let's add prayer to it, that these people will live. If I make reference to the presidency now, it will look as if I am castigating my party being in power. Otherwise, I will want to be president to be a functional, for everything to be functioning. Even up to my body, you know what I mean, to function. When I finish work, I'll come home and say, oh, madam, please come. Then that is functionality of even myself, so that I'll be able to relax. With old age, how do you do it? How do you do it? So I think the youth still need to have the courage. We add prayer to it. If that is what you want me to add to it, let's add prayer to it so that we'll be able to take the space. But I tell you, we cannot do it now. It's not now. Even the youth we have, like your counterpart mentioned now about some governors. Money factor will still play. Maybe some of our youth now, when they even see money, my brother, they go say, make I take my own. Oh, I just have to take my own because these people have taken their own. But we need clean, courageous people to clean the system. But it will take a lot of time. I still think it will take like more than 20 years for Nigeria to get to that stage.
Honestly, 20 years is really a long time for a youth right now, currently, let's say 28. 20 years would be like 48. So, but anyway, Mr. Momoh, when you say we should begin to add prayers, that is really hilarious, and that cracks me up every single time. But don't you think it's a case of a systematic problem, or, a value system problem? Of course, we know that one of the major agents of socialization in the world is family. So do you think it's a value problem that we have currently going on in Nigeria? That's number one question. And also, I'd love you to also add to this. this, with the kind of energy that we see on social media, there are those who would say, I don't think the youth do not have courage, because with little or nothing would see what Nigerian youth are doing with their time and with the little resources that they have. There are those who would also say that perhaps we just need that opportunity and that's, mentorship to shine. But then again, we see all of the energies melting down on social media with the rise of content creators and the like. Now, the question is, how can we translate all of those energies down to the polls, down to the political, scene in Nigeria?
Even though I didn't get you clearly, I don't know if you can hear me.
Okay, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Okay,
Mr. Mama, can you hear me now?
Even though I didn't get the last part, yeah, I can hear you now. Even though I didn't get the last part of it, I know you talked about value. Family value, yes, it's one of the major rules that we need to apply, So that is why some of us parents who actually had the family orientation of our parents, we are inculcating that in our children now. We try to tell them this is what to do and this is what not to do. Don't join this, don't do this. You don't expect those people who have already joined cultism or who are already, smoky eyes and ISIS to come and, take over the stage, either in the State House of Assembly or the government house or in Abuja. We still thank God Almighty that that has to come to play. I don't know how we are going to do it. I was going to suggest to the State House of Assembly or even the National Assembly, let us have in our schools, I think every child should go to school, 1. 2, we should have in our school, we should revive the Islamic Bible, the Islamic knowledge and the Christian religious knowledge in our schools. So that at least if the parents don't teach them at home, in school they are being taught on these values. The values we have the religious values we have is Christianity and Islam. And once a child is built in the Christianity way and in Islamic way, I think the society will be a better one. But I find out these days that even in our homes, we do not inculcate it. We don't apply it. I don't know, like I myself, when I wake up, wherever I am, my wife will wake up and wake my children up to pray. They pray together. But how many families pray together these days? Their children will sleep. They will not even wake them up. I think that value has to first of all come. We have to prepare our homes before we come out. You that your home is not be prepared, you want to come and rule a state, a country, or a local government, it's not going to be possible. That is one. That the one you have mentioned now, the value that we have mentioned is one fundamental thing that have destroyed our society. We don't have any covering. We do not. So I think we need to, as parents, we need to inculcate that even in our homes to ensure that we build that first in our home. It is how you wear your clothes, you will come out.
Okay, Mr.
I think
Mama.
that is very, very good. But the other question you asked, I didn't get it because
I'm going to go back. Right, I'm going to go back to that question, but we really need to take a short break. When we return, we move over to the concluding part of the show. Ahead of the 2027 general election, youth participation in politics is our focal point this morning, and we have been talking to our guest, the politician joining virtually from Abuja, Ahmed Musa Momoh, and a whole lot of things have been said so far on the show, but now we are moving over to the concluding part of the show, and I'm just going to ask you, we get to see energy. When you talk about energy, youth, Nigerian youth is so energetic. We see that every single time in, you know, different spheres of life that they get to operate in the country. But one major question is how to channel all of the energies, all of the zeal, all of the banters and counter banters that we see on social media and off social media down to the polls, because over time we've heard politicians say elections are not won on the polls, political activities are not done on the polls. How can we channel all of those energies, Ahmed Musa, if you can hear me, down to the polls? What do you think should be the first step? Should we have young persons, you know, when we have another opportunity to join political parties or not?
Yes, we should. We should have. We should join. We should have. Not a political party per se. We can change the narrative in any political party. We should join with the more youth should join political parties, different political parties, then be participatory, and they should also come out. Like I was talking to my driver, he is a youth. He was complaining, and I asked him, "Do you have a voter's card?" He said no. Have you ever voted since 1999? He said no. And he's a youth. And how does he correct it? So that is why I talked about putting more energy and be more courageous. The youth should be more courageous. We have, like I heard yesterday in Edo State, there are a little fracas in Edo North, in Auchi Polytechnic, where cultism are fighting. And it is these youth that are killing themselves. And there are even some parents, when their children are into cultism, they are happy. Oh, you don't know that my son is an Eye. You don't know that my son is a Buccaneer. Some parents brag with it. That is where the value you said come in. I think this is very, very, this topic of this morning, it not only has to do with politics, it has to do with our homes, how we build our homes, how we build our children. So I think I'm very happy with this particular topic, and that's why I'm digressing out of politics mostly, because it doesn't have to be politics. The children that have been in captivity now, what stop our youth from entering the bush? If they can as well kill themselves with guns, they should carry those guns, go into the bush and get in your Benin on Airport Road. You saw what happened.
Of course, just to call you up a little bit, on Monday we saw VDM actually say that he is ready to go into the forest to join the security agencies to help rescue the Oyo, captivities.
Yes. Yes, even me, I'm ready to join him.
Oh, really?
I was prepared to go and join him in Abuja, but it's just that the day I came I was just coming from Saudi Arabia, and I saw the way they escorted, because we flew actually on the same flight from Turkey to Abuja, where they were waiting for him like the president. I want to join him too. Apart from politics, apart from being a card-carrying member of the All Progressive Congress, things have to change in this country. I stand by it. This have to change. We are not doing very well security-wise. We are porous. Look at Airport Road. A woman being dragged into the vehicle, and those are youths. Did you see 70-year-old man there? No. They are youth carrying gun. And we are talking about children in the bush. So for me, if I have my opportunity, I would join VDM.
Okay. Well, maybe you should try reaching across to him so that we get those kids actually rescued, as soon as possible. But on a final note, here in Nigeria, is it ever possible to have a young person become the president of Nigeria?
Of course, we are getting to that. And I'm happy that some of these youth that are coming out now, they now know that there is need for change. And the change will start with us as youth. So it's possible for us to have a young person as president, and we are going towards that. And VDM is going towards that direction. And if he keeps up like this with his humility and with his openness, then walk you behind him. One day, if he wants to be president, he's a youth. Who says I cannot be president or governor of Edo State? Who says so?
Ahmed Mokhtar. Right. We really need to leave the conversation here. It has been an interesting and also an exciting and revealing one as well, but we have to leave the conversation here. Let's just hope that moving forward, we have young persons join in, the political era, the political scene in Nigeria, away from what we see on social media. You bring it down to the polls. Well, we have been speaking to Ahmed Musa Momo. He is a policy strategist and also a politician live there in Abuja. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course. We'll quickly take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to Abuja studio.
A very good morning to you, and thank you for staying with us on the program this morning on ITV. Welcome to our I am Charity. And from this end, we shall take a look at the recently sworn in area council chairman in Abuja. The area council's election was conducted in February, and finally on Tuesday, the 6 area council chairmen were sworn in by the minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike. He, among other things, won the council's money, and he also said chairman do not sign checks. So many other things. It is duty to ensure that people get the dividends of democracy. It should not be any excuse. Well, that is a marching order from the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike. And dissecting this topic today, topic agenda for the newly sworn in chairman, I have with me in the studio as usual our dear friend Sam. Comrade Sam, he is also a chief. Welcome once again.
Welcome, Charlie.
And a grassroots politician, let me add that. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Well, you are wearing young white today. Is this a sign of celebration?
Well, I want to congratulate the people of Abuja Municipal Area Council and the other 5 area council chairmen duly elected by the people and sworn in by the minister Monday. At the same time, I want to congratulate Amakis resident.
Okay, that is clear enough for them. Okay, for those of us under Amak, we are now Amakarians.
I want to congratulate Nigerians in general. We had an election in February. That election was a very credible election I've not seen in a long time. At the same time, when congratulating the new leadership of the 6 area council, I urge them to start running immediately. And I can tell you, within 48 hours or so of the new leadership in Abuja Municipal Area Council, the chairman has appointed the supervisory councillors, SSCs and so on. He has shown that he is prepared not just to lead, but to make a difference from where he was in the last 4 years to do things better now. Because I saw the nature of our appointments he gave. He gave competent hands, people who are tested and trusted, for the first time, Amak is getting it so good that no region of this country is left behind. is a mini Nigeria, and the man has shown leadership. He has shown that yes, people voted these people, and we also entrust responsibilities to assist me. As popularly called, as so we're waiting 48 hours, is not waiting to think of who to appoint. Because of people will be sworn in, it will take them 6 months to have
I mean, he had a list already.
No, I think he did it in conjunction with the geopolitical zones, leaders of the party and so on. But he was prepared. He didn't wait. From the day he assumed the
before you blow the guy trumpet too much, he should be, because he has been done. This is a consideration.
Someone who was there, and he took over 3 months to assemble his set. You see, government does not have a vacuum. So in departments of government should not also have a vacuum. So he has shown that I'm ready to perform incredibly well in the last 4 years. There is no area he has not done a project. If the project has not been completed, they are where the contractors are on site.
Okay, fine. He has done well according to you, this lecture, because honestly speaking, this credibly work that you said he has done, I can tell you for a fact that I seated here as a staff, so I've not seen it. Why? Because hardly carries people, especially the media, alone. Like in my station, we don't even have a jingle, we don't have anything to projects. We only get to hear this is what he has done from you. Let's talk about tech. He has done so much, but we also have situations whereby teachers were on strike for quite some time. And this is one of the issues that the minister pointed out, that he wants to see an end to that.
That shouldn't have affected Abuja Municipal Area Council, because the Abuja Municipal Area Council at that time didn't want to strike. But they wanted the one area council will not take a decision and the rest will suffer. So what made AMAP to be part of that was because the remaining area councils were not heard. So if he goes ahead, he will be going against Aldo. That's the area, the chairman
association of the local government
performance. I can tell you, Mekalamu has capacity, he has the will to deliver, and he is not ready to see that repeat itself. I can tell you the next 4 years, with the man I saw, and with the energy he has, we do not allow any strike in the area council again. When you talk about structure, go to any village. Project going and the project completed. Any village. Any. We have never.
Alright, so what's an agenda setting for the next 4 years?
Yes.
As an APC chieftain and somebody who is rooted in the grassroots politics of AMAP, I don't want to go to other area councils because I know this is where you are. What areas do you think the chairman should focus on?
Well, life is a continuum. Government is a continuum. I will improve on all areas. What I mean because no matter what you do, you ask for more. People always ask for something. He should keep doing what he's doing and he should do it better. First of all, country, I will tell you, Abuja Municipal Council has one of the best primary health care.
say so?
I've seen them administer medications to residents.
Visited all of them?
Most of them. I can't visit. I've visited most of them.
Which one and which one? Like for example?
Garki, let me use Garki. Garki Healthcare Center is like hospital itself. The building might be small, but you can see people. You can see that's what I want to see. Long walls of it.
This situation in Garki that you're talking about, Garkita, is the center, but there are places where the primary health care centers are something else.
It is possible for a health center to be in Garki and residents will refuse going to the place. Because Garki is an elitist area.
And it is an elitist area, that is why that is why it is very provided because the other ones is the ones in other satellite towns, they are not like that.
Satellite towns might not be armored. I am telling you the ones in
satellite towns are unmanned. The ones that are
is functional. The way is being busy is extremely functional. So I will tell you, the man is doing well when it comes to health care. He is doing well in education. Remember, because of the intervention of FCT is handling most of these things. The area council, it's a joint on education, yes. Then when you talk of infrastructure, what I'm doing excellently well, I will tell you. We have been in Abuja.
Well, you have done excellently well.
No. You have done excellently well. Where you have maybe 30 villages, 20 have gotten infrastructure, maybe 10 are undergoing, 5 undergoing process. If other people have done like him, any area council chairman have done what he is doing today, he won't be doing what they are doing, what he is doing today. He will be doing a different thing. When you talk of reaching out to the populace, you can see during the election, he didn't have any opposition. The opposition he had was irrelevant because
I'll hold your thoughts there. I'll hold your thoughts there. Do not say he didn't have opposition. We know for a fact that he jumped from the PDP at the nick of time, at the 11th hour, to the APC. And that brings me to this question. If he did so well, why did he feel the need to defect from PDP to APC?
Let me tell you why he felt.
Why did he jump ship? If he has done excellently well, because his work should speak for him.
Yes, Abuja is like a state. The leader of FCT is the president, and the president has administered good governance, have shown leadership in FCT through the minister, and for the chairman who has performed, because he has performed without any evidence from the leadership of the APC. Some reason remaining party that has crisis. Yes, crisis. And the politician, more for his people, he will look for a place. Our crisis. He wants to support the president because the president support and bring that support and give it leverage to perform better than any government chairman in Nigeria. tell the man to do.
Why I'm laughing is that an area council, the South Party that was in crisis, the leader, the FCT chair, is still in the same party that underwent or that is undergoes. How do we marry that?
Minister, anybody that can council chair is not with anybody. He's supporting them. It's an individual thing. You might have your own view, I might have my own view, and I'll take my own decision. Which I have seen that he has gotten support for Mr. I'm to be in a position to Mr.
Supported him when he was a kid, so the people still supported him.
A different party and getting that support. He wants to be in the mainstream.
He wants to sit at the
it's not good. The president cannot position in that. He cannot have an opposition.
I've always been like that.
It was in the past. Maybe you don't know the history. It has always been sometimes the president, sometimes.
Exactly.
Because during President Muhammad Buhari, the APC was there for 6 years.
Of course.
Until Mekalangu came in. And the reasons were known to every politician. During the Goodluck Jonathan, PDP was there, PDP was there.
Because FCT has only PDP.
It's not true
until now. Let's talk about Razdani. You said Razdani infrastructurally, health, well. Okay, what about community?
Yes.
Like community.
When we came in something we call Amak Bashar. Security would have been worse than where it because it has people who are giving intel what is happening in every area, every street, every community. He has a way of getting real-time information from every place in the Abuja Municipal Area Council, so you can pass on securities. If not so, Abuja Municipal Area Council might not be as safe as it is. Security is everybody's business. So in doing that, the traditional village heads, traditional owners, youth leaders, community leaders, the Amak Marshal, they are everywhere in every community. You also get the vigilante, you have the police, so you can see the synergy. He has a security council meeting he holds in the council that gives him real-time information. So if you observe, see, even there's no society that you will rule out crime, but it's in the PNS.
During the inauguration, the FCT minister promised that any chairman that perform excellently well, let me use the word, that there's a special reward for that chairman. Some people say it is an inducement. Some people say it is not.
You can't induce an executive chair because he runs council with his own budget. Yes, you can use it, but you have to encourage them to be better than where they were. If, let me use my area council for example, if he had not done, he wouldn't have a second term. If you don't do well, they will support support you. That's how I'm telling you. Because it's a mini Nigeria. Everybody, apart from the indigenous, everybody came from somewhere who have stayed here over time, who are part of the system here. So he has done well. We want him to do more. He will keep doing better.
So in other words, you see him as the person
among the 6 area councils, is the best.
So saying that special reward will go to
not just a reward, but it's an encouragement to do more.
Okay, so what should other council chairmen emulate in
I urge other area council chairmen to do a review. I urge them to copy the things working for some area council that are making the area council look better. They should do peer review, look at where successes have been made in area council A and replicate it in their own area council. Look at where the other area council, there should be synergy within them, whether they are on the same political platform or not, but they should see that giving back to the society, their responsibility is to serve the people. So they shouldn't see themselves as rulers. They should lead, the people will follow, and they should do the right thing. So whether area council chairman and my area council chairman should see a need of them to peer review mechanism and also see how they improve. Sometimes they go to different states or different parts and see how local councils have managed to run a system to be a better society, to replicate it in ours.
There is this school of thought that AMAC makes generate twice the revenue other area councils generate. So don't you think that is the reason behind the success?
Well, money does not define success.
No, when you have limited funds, when you have it,
I also don't want to believe.
No, you must have funds.
I also don't want to believe
to be able,
because
to be able to carry out capital projects.
I look around town lately and I found that sometimes people think AMAC gets is generated from the FCTA. FCDA have some direct these funds directly.
But the ones AMAC collects directly goes to AMAC.
Let me say something.
And then there's also the monthly allocation.
Monthly allocation. Each bill of AMAC is bigger than any area council in FCT.
Why is it so?
Abuja Municipal Area Council. It's pressure on the chairman. The funds you think coming in might be bigger than the expectation to meet projects in Abuja. That's one. Two, people speculate. I don't dwell in speculations. I cannot tell you the certain amount AMAC is generating. But AMAC has been accountable and they have used whatever form that has come in the last 4 years judiciously for the people.
The way I asked that question is because you said that construction mentioned and it relates to the chairman and all, and I'm trying to ask well, in terms of financial muscle,
let me give you an example.
They are not on the same pedestal.
Let me give you an example. That's the same thing. A road in FCT in Abuja is bigger than an area council than Abaji area council. Let me give by population.
That's my point.
You don't expect Abaji to maybe have have the same funds with the government of council. You don't also expect not to perform because the money coming to him is equivalent or more, maybe more better than the money in the area council chairman. Because the area council, the AMA chairman might see a big fund, but the population and the responsibility is bigger than the fund. While that of the area council chairman might be equivalent to the small area council, and we might perform better. If you can perform with 1 naira, if you can manage 1 naira, you can manage 1 million. If you cannot manage 1 naira, you cannot manage 1 million. The problem is not in the funds, it's in the person and the political will to perform.
So it's a case of one who is trusted with little and also be trusted with more. That is the case. So you're telling us that AMAC right now, everything is...
Yes, everything is better than where we used to be.
Okay, when we talk about the appointment the chairman made, and you said across all geopolitical zones, like how many aides does the chairman have?
Well, for now, he has supervisory councillors from most areas: agriculture, education, health, accounts, and so on. These persons...
When you say supervisory councillors, are they the elected councillors?
They are like ministers in the Federal Executive Council.
Okay.
They are like commissioners in the state. They are the ones who are part of the cabinet of the...
So they supervise the elected councillors?
They supervise departments in the council.
Okay.
They have the chairman in making sure that things are done properly in the council. So he did that, and I was shocked every geopolitical zone is represented in the council. It has never been this good. Every geopolitical zone. Whether you're from the southeast, the south-south, the southwest, the north-central, the northeast, everybody was adequately represented. His appointment, the style of appointment, nobody will criticize it. This section of the country that have not been carried out.
So that is to say everybody gets a slice of the cake?
Yes, he has 7 supervisory councillors.
Okay.
He has 7 special advisors.
7 special advisors. So, area council chairman.
Yes.
Is that not too much?
It's all over the country. It's not much.
Okay, and it's constitutional?
Yes.
7 special advisors.
Yes, 7 areas. So, youth, community and social development, political, women affairs, revenue, and chieftaincy and traditional matters.
Well, before I let you go, I would like people as president or resident and all to be our chairman. You know that place in a particular area to focus on that is audience as health. Healthcare centers that you talk about. They are all good, but I can tell you for free, you can go and check. Other areas like airport roads, the same.
Well, I would urge the residents of Abuja Municipal Council to see reasons to support Christian for the next 4 years. If they have any issue, there are channels they can send their message in the area council. It's open for all. I will also urge the chairman to do more for the people of Abuja Municipal Area Council in areas of human capacity development, in areas of ICT, in areas of health, and in areas of education, to do better than where we are today, because technology improves every day. Human mind also improves every day. Demands will improve every day. It should do more. And I would want the FCT minister also keep supporting our area council chairman to be the best in the country. And I thank Mr. President for allowing a level playing ground in the area council.
Well, thank you very much, Comrade Sam Eke, APC chieftain and a grassroots politician. It's been nice having you. It's always wonderful having you on our program for this insightful conversation. Well, it's been agenda setting for area council chairman in the FCT here in Abuja. You've heard it from our guests, especially the AMAC chairman. He said he is doing so well. Well, we will get to see that the only way ITV can categorically, explicitly say that the chairman is doing well is when we begin to see the area council activities being aired on ITV on a daily basis, and we hope to get that partnership done with. Well, this is all we've got from the Abuja Network studio, and after the short break, we'll be going over to Lagos for the continuation of the program.
All right, many thanks, Charity, and welcome to Lagos Network Studio. We're still on CMI, the continuation on News and Current Affairs program. And of course, Dr. Victor Ohai here is here with me. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
Trust you're doing good.
Yeah, very well, thank you.
I'm very well, thank you. Okay, we'll be having a guest joining us shortly. We'll be talking on insecurity in Nigeria. The Senate caught recess short for emergency security section. The Senate, led by Godswill Akpabio, has suspended its recess and summoned lawmakers for an emergency plenary section on June 23rd, 2026, to address the worsening security situation across the country. The Senate was originally expected to resume in July, but decided that the security challenges required immediate legislative attention. Looking into the insecurity in the country, what has been happening, insecurity has been a major problem. So the Senate now, they've summoned the lawmakers for an emergency plenary section on June 23rd. Would it help? I mean, what we just want is the lasting solution to insecurity in Nigeria. Dr. Victor Ohai.
Insecurity, quite frankly, is a leg upon which a nation and its economy stand. If the security situation is bad, you obviously cannot. Agriculture will not thrive, which is why you have food insecurity. Children cannot go to school. Nothing thrives generally. You have a state of anomie where everything is just in disarray. This may be, for me, rather late in coming, but as we say, better late than never. This thing has gone on for so long, since before, it started. It's been so long coming. But, we see a situation now where territories have been taken over. Schools, people no longer go to schools in certain areas. And we cannot allow this to continue for too long. Finally, it has come closer home, because with people in government whose families are being kidnapped, we are having people in the military who are being kidnapped. Some are being killed. May their soul peace. But this is so. I think now we have all been leveled. The rich, the poor, the mighty, and the not so mighty. Finally, they are reason and they are feeling what we feel.
All right, we have our guest here this morning. Damola is a legal practitioner and a political analyst. Hello, Barrister. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Okay, we're talking about the insecurity in the country. We've been seeing a couple of what has been happening concerning the insecurity in the country, and the Senate has summoned an emergency plenary insecurity. Talk more to talk about insecurity for June 23rd, 2026. I mean, we're just hoping this is what has been happening the Oyo State, kidnapping, terrorism, banditry, and all of that. Let's get your take. You feel now that the Senate emergency recall tells us about the current state of insecurity in Nigeria, do you think it's going to help? Because, I mean, Nigeria, we want a lasting solution to insecurity in the country. Let's get to your take.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's funny that we've been doing lots of the talking, and yet we are still talking. It's high time we start doing something. You see, the committee today, one commission to one panel of inquiry and all that. Look, the first cardinal principle of life is self-preservation. Okay. And you look at chapter 4, right, of the Constitution, which is the ground norm. That's what we call the front right or rego. You should understand that. One thing about, right to fair hearing, section 36 of the Constitution, talking about right to dignity of human persons, at the 4 of the 1999 Constitution. When you're talking about the right to privacy, you're talking about section 37. When you're talking about right to association, which is I would say the ground political party, party politics in Nigeria, section 40 of the 1999 Constitution. When you're talking about the right to your own idea, section 39. Let you, the critical core is right to life. Section 3, because without right to life, you can't talk about other rights. Rights are non-existent without the right to life. It means that the supremacy of the Constitution is clear. Okay. Section 1, section 1, section 1, section 3 is clear. What are we talking about? Section 14, subsection 2B. What is the responsibility of governance? The responsibility to protect life and property, security and welfare of the people. When the government fails, why you ask? Do you move 2 steps ahead, or you are asked when you fail, and they are not too about it. Look, we just had the news, that the government of Equatorial Guinea resigned. Yes. Honorably. Look, this is a precedent. And let me tell you, as a matter of fact, in Africa, it is not the culture meant to resign. No, it is not the culture for a government official to resign. So it has not been the norm or the culture for the presidency, for the governorship, for the minister, for the DG to say, oh, I'm sorry, Nigerians, I'm sorry, my people, I think I failed. I stepped down. It is not the culture. So when we see, look, we study research, we study specific phenomenon, and we study comparative understanding of the specific phenomenon. Now, we are talking about Equatorial Guinea. Is it not a comparative understanding of even the Nigerian state? When you fail, they are not to it. Is that? Or you mitigate the circumstances and amend the
government, they feel they failed.
The government of Equatorial Guinea just so is there anything wrong? I will give you light if I vote for me. Look, we all capitulate our powers in the sovereign. I want you to let's go back to the rules of the formation of a state. The state itself, utopia and concept, is represented government. And look, the sovereign, what we call the sovereign. Look, go back to Obesian rule. The Obesian rule said, life then was nothing. It was brutish, and life was short. The need for us, all powerful people, all powerful men, to put powers in the sovereign. This is the social contract. This is what brought us together. This is what you state that you call today. And we move further to the John Locke principle. That look, is not just capitulating your powers in the sovereign. The necessity of capitulating your powers in the sovereign is for exchange of what? BT.
Okay.
Did you see that? Further, to the Jean-Jacques Rousseau principle, the general will of the people coming together. You now understand that it is not just about the government, it's about the people.
Okay, so I like what you just said. It's about the people. For so long, the government, led by the various commanders-in-chief of the armed forces, have failed the people. Look, the people. And I would like that probably well, seeing you're that deep in this area to see the responsibility of the people beyond next election vote. How can the people take back the power that truly can ensure accountability?
Now, you see, society, when you have impoverished people, it is when you have actually, redeemed the popular will of the people to act. How do you do that? That there is what we call politicization. It's happening today. It is a gradual understand. That's why some persons will tell you in some quarters that, look, if there are massive insecurity in Oyo State today, the government knows about it. If there are massive insecurity, the government knows about it. Because why? List the names, track the accounts. Are you not, publishing the names? You said we have tracked we have you said we have their names, the sponsors.
Why is this not happening?
The reason is because, look, there is a government. Look, the government can decide that 24 hours that we are changing the national anthem. The government can make a decision under 24 hours and say, oh, there's public holiday tomorrow, and nobody goes to work. And can, the powers of the executive is too much. In fact, we're questioning, where idea type of true federalism, true in the federalism. When we look at it, then we now look at problem with the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, when with the center. When we look at that, you are agitated because you feel so passionate that look.
Let me interrupt you because our time will be taking another interview online on the digital, but we get this. We'll come back to you. But I want a situation. You have told us what the issue is. We want to understand why they feel emasculated, because it's not just talking about it, but it is looking at. We cannot continue this way. For instance, if you were in a position to make things change, what are those practical things? I want to ask you about the citizens. We cannot keep saying we have been impoverished. We remain like down. The answer is no.
The reason is this. Yes. Look, the question asking about section 2 of the National Constitution, why the Nigerian police? Why is it not working? It will not work. Right. Centrality, unitary system, all powers are located in the center against the component unit of a state.
All right, Barrister Dami, back to you. All right, we're still on TMI this beautiful morning. We'll quickly go on a short break. Just stay with us. Like I said earlier, we have the chairman of the Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria, BON, Mr. Tony Akiontu. I don't know if you can hear me. Morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Trust you're doing good, sir.
Good morning.
Okay, it's a good one. You can hear Russ. Okay, after years of discussions and implementations efforts, what would you say is the current state of Nigeria's digital switch over? Let's get to hear your take, sir.
As you are aware, yesterday, the National Broadcasting Commission, the free TV. The free TV is an attempt to deliver 100 TV channels to Nigerians through DTH, that's direct to home on satellite or through satellite. And for us, of discussions had gone in under the mentality of the broadcasting organizations of Nigeria. And this has had to do with whether we can rightly describe the event of yesterday as a digital switchover or an effort towards digital switchover. And I believe that it is an effort towards digital switchover, and I believe that we can always get better at it. Our greatest worry as broadcasters is that given the very poor digital internet penetration in Nigeria, using satellites and internet to deliver television signals will pose a challenge. What we have today is that most TV stations, including yours, are on digital terrestrial transmission, either on DSTV, on Star Times, or free to air. And we believe with this, quite a lot of penetration has been achieved. And our prayers to regulators is let's have a hybrid of digital terrestrial transmission and DTH, which was what was launched yesterday, that's delivering television signals through satellite. And we have received the assurances of the National Broadcasting Commission and the retailing agency, the Ministry of Information and National Orientation, that this is what will happen in the next 18 months as we experiment with digital migration.
In office, and I'm glad that during your time. My question to you is, and I think, you know, for a lot of people watching, over the years, right from when they started this experiment in Jos and later I think Abuja or so, it has remained a gray area. When we begin to talk about DTT, DSO, DTH, a lot of people are confused. What I would like for you to do is, for the ordinary viewer who is watching, can you break it down for them? I understand the investment in infrastructure, what are you going to do with all your towers and all that, but the DTT, but let's break it down, analyze it for the viewer, the ordinary man who is not a broadcast person, what the differences are and what the advantage of the digital switchover is going to be.
Nigeria subscribes to conventions, regulations from different international organizations. And in broadcasting and communications, there is a body called the International Telecommunications Union. So the Communication Union, about 20 years ago, came up with a deadline for countries to migrate from analog. What we have today is called analog broadcasting. And that's why you see, I mean, I'm talking to you now using an Android phone. The quality of my signals in your studio is dependent on the quality of the device I'm using. Some devices are HD compliant, some are SD compliant, so it depends on the quality. And that tells on the quality of the picture that you get eventually. So the ITU, in its bid to improve broadcasting and to also make broadcasting available to the common man that you just talked about, has asked nations to migrate to analog, from analog to digital broadcasting. But in doing so, ITU also insists that it should be as cheap as possible. So our worry is that if you have to vacate the spectrum that broadcasters use now to deliver their signals, because broadcasters will have to vacate some of these spectrums, and the spectrum will be sold to telecommunications. because it's in terms of cost, it's quite a lot of money. The spectrum we occupy today as broadcasters, by the time we vacate them, the NBC reckons that it's going to make close to $1 billion selling those spectrum. But from analog to digital has taken us almost forever as a nation because of different interests that have come to play. But deadlines have been set, and now we have agreed that do it between now and the end of 2018. So the free TV that was launched yesterday is an attempt to have government pick the bills, satellite bills, and other bills from service people who in the value. There are all sorts of things in the value chain who are going to deliver audience measurement, signal delivery. So the information we have that government will pick some of these bills for the next 18 months. How much it is, don't ask me, because I don't have the correct figures. But our argument as broadcasters and as the Nigerian Broadcasting Organization of the year is that our members who have invested, particularly in set box, some have set up industries, some have manufactured boxes, that these people policy of Nigeria first. These people should be encouraged. Their investment should not be in vain because they took bank loans, and they should factor in their role either as signal distributors or set box manufacturers, because they were licensed by the NBC. They paid money to be licensed. So these are some of the issues that we have had to contend with in the past 2 months since I came into office as chairman of BOM.
Okay, so let me tell you what my concern is. I'll tell you why I'm still going back to this. My concern is, and permit me, I want to speak for the common man. I have a television set at all this big grammar that we're hearing, and all that. What are the implications for me? Am I going to throw away my TV set? What will it cost me? How will the signal, the issue of bonds issues with and the set-top box, those are their level. At the common man's level, what we want to find out is the TV set I have at home, am I going to throw it away? If I'm not throwing it away, is it going to cost me money? Around how much? Will my signals be better? What advantage will I derive from this? That's what I want you to address.
Good question. Now, if you go to the UK today, because we have to also align with best practices, because communication is changing, telecommunication is changing. In the UK today, there's what they call Sky Glass. That means the TV set that you have, the TV screen that you have, comes with an inbuilt box. So your signals, you don't need an extra box to watch ITV or any TV station. But what you have in Nigeria today is that you access your TV. I mean, you wake up in the morning, you put on ITV, but to get ITV, it's either you are getting ITV signals on Open TV, or you get it through Star Times or DSTV. But with digital terrestrial, you will need a box to access signal. By the time Nigeria migrates from analog to digital broadcasting, you have to have a box.
Would that be subscription?
The argument of BON is, and the regulators agree with this, is that as much as possible, those signals, those boxes should be very affordable, but cheap, because of the mass that you are making the case for.
Any subscription?
It should be boxes that you can get on almost at no. So that is where we are headed.
Will there be subscription? Will there be subscription fees?
Well, ultimately, but it's probably will be something that they can afford, things that have not been agreed upon. The next 18 months, TV that was launched by the National Broadcasting Commission yesterday, you don't have to pay anything. But our argument is that if there's going to be subscription or payment, let us know. Let's have an idea of what it will be. Let's not wait till 18 months. Let's have an idea of the cost for, if ITV, for instance, has to get its signals downloaded through the satellite of Nicomsat, how much would they have to pay? What is the lowest? What is the baseline? So these are some of the issues that we're discussing on behalf of the common man on the street that you are making a case for.
All right, let's now link to our Benin Network studio for the continent. Blue Boys on standby. You are new.
Right, thank you so much, Marcelina. And moving over to you, Mr. Tony, for a lot of Nigerians, I'm sure another major issue would be, are we going to experience any challenges, especially for the viewers, in the switch over to DSO? Are there some challenges that viewers might face or not?
In some countries, years back, there were moments of blackouts because it gets to a stage that if you do not have boxes or television sets that are compliant to the signals that will be coming in from the companies in the value chain that will be delivering the signals, you will have a blackout on your screen. But that is why the regulators, working with all those who are involved in the process, have to embark on massive sensitization of Nigerians so that people are prepared and they understand the implication of what will happen, so that it doesn't just, it's not by sudden flight that people wake up in the morning and put on their TV and say, oh, what's happening? Is my television set bad or something? Because some TV sets obviously would not work by the time we migrate from analog to digital broadcasting, because some sets are not compliant. And that's why in some countries today, the Standard Organization of Nigeria may have to be involved. We've already pleaded with the National Broadcasting Commission that they start discussing with companies that have roles to play, the Nigerian Custom, Immigration, Standard Organization of Nigeria, and those who are importing boxes, television sets to Nigeria. Those television sets coming in should be compliant, should be digitally compliant with the digital switch over.
All right, Mr. Tony, I think there's a question that borders on the reliability of the signals. Now, how strong, how solid do you think the signals will be compared to satellites? Okay, because one of the major challenges with satellite is the unreliability, especially as it affects, or as weather affects it. Do you think weather is also going to be a factor, you know, as far as this particular one is concerned?
Brilliant question. I agree with you. And the Nicomsat is using KU band to deliver the signals under the free TV platform. And we've expressed our worries because KU band during the rainy season, which is where we are at the moment, is not weather friendly. With C band, you are home and dry, regardless of weather or weather condition. But we have been assured that they are making efforts to ensure that there is redundancy and that even when it rains, your signals are not interrupted. But it is a legitimate question and it's a legitimate issue that we have raised with the regulators, and we hope that they will make arrangements or make alternatives to ensure that this does not happen.
Now let's bring it back to the broadcast industry. What long-term impact will this switch, the DSO, have in the broadcast industry in Nigeria?
Oh, there's going to be a lot of jobs that will be created. I mean, some people are going to be involved in set-box manufacturing. Content is also very key, and that's why for now the NBC says that they have 6 production centers in Nigeria where they're going to be producing movies and different genres of programs for women, for children, and so the digital economy will create millions of jobs for those who have talent and those who are ready to invest in the industry, which is already happening. But we believe that those who have done so already should be encouraged, because this could be a disincentive. Some people have invested in set-top boxes, and are not getting the motivation and the inspiration in terms of patronage. And these are some of the worries that we have in Bond, and we're taking up with the regulators that people who have invested as set-up manufacturers and signal distributors should not be jettisoned. They must be factored in, and they must still have a role to play in the process.
Nigerians, what this particular has been going on for a very long time, much time. What is broadcasting in fully digital Nigeria, sir?
Sorry, your question is not clear.
Okay, I said, what is ES's vision for the future of broadcasting in a fully digital Nigeria?
Oh, I believe that you and I, as professionals in the industry, will benefit a lot. The quality of television signals will get better. There will be more opportunities for those who are. Remember that Nigeria has, when it comes to movies, Nigerian movies are #1 anywhere in the world. Nigerian music is #1 anywhere in the world. So the creative economy will have quite a lot of opportunities, a lot of jobs, and they will get commensurate rewards for their talent and their investment in producing quality productions that will be used on all the channels that will be transmitting after the digital crossover from analog to digital broadcasting.
Okay, so one of the challenges of broadcasting and indeed the media in Nigeria is the advertising revenue. You know, right now we've talked about over 100 channels and all that. Has Bond looked at the implication of this on all of these channels? That's why I'm giving you two questions in one. You know, how that advertising money can go around. Then secondly, of those 100 channels, how can the ordinary content maker have access, or does it require licensing to be able to have a channel on this new platform?
Well, I get the first part of your question. Your signal was freezing, but I get the first part of your question, which had to do with advertising.
When you finish, I'll give you the second one.
And that's why there is a company. Yes, there is a company that is handling audience measurement. That's something that's been missing in our broadcasting ecosystem, audience measurement, because advertisers would like to know your reach. I mean, if ITV strength is, for instance, in the South, and if I had to advertise, then I should be asking myself, the right place to go is ITV. In terms of audience reach, they are the best if you want to reach the market in South. So a company is involved in the process, and they handle audience measurement, and this is what the Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria had also been canvassing. Because with audience measurement, then you can now have right pricing for your product. And I believe that the broadcasters, at the end of the day, will gain better. Then you can now have you can come to the marketplace with the right rates that are commensurate with your reach. And then there's no reason why stations and the workers in stations should not be properly remunerated with the right money coming from advertising. So audience measurement is key.
Okay, what would you say would be the overall impact of this on the Nigerian economy? Because I think at the end of the day, that's what matters. How do you think this will impact on the Nigerian economy and in turn make things maybe better for the average Nigerian?
Down the line, about 3-4 years' time, the advertising budget of Nigeria will be running into trillions. because there is no proper measurement to even determine how much we have. Digital media today takes a lot of money. I mean, if you click on a site on your telephone and you're probably watching a short advert, a short 1 or 2 minutes video, you will see that an advert comes in, pops in for about 5 seconds or 10 seconds. So the digital space is actually taking a slice of the budget. But we believe that radio and television still has a role to play, and that the budget as we have today will quadruple by the time we cross over to digital broadcasting. So it's going to be money that's going to come into not billions, but trillions, because the Nigerian market is massive. We're talking of a population of close to 240 million people and still counting.
Hey, Mr. Tony, as we get to leave the conversation here, what would be your message to policymakers, to broadcasters, and also to other stakeholders regarding this initiative, the DSO initiative?
Well, my plea is there is so much on the table for everybody. And we in Bonn have said the National Broadcasting Commission to reconstitute the DG team. The DG team is a committee of stakeholders or representatives of various stakeholders, the engineers, the set bus manufacturers, those who are going to be involved in signal distribution. So everybody should be involved in the committee to midwife this process. And whatever decisions we are taking, let's take those decisions collectively. Let's not leave anybody aside. Let's not make anything look opaque and open to suspicion, because there are some doubts. Some people are saying, hey, it appears there is some efforts to hijack this process or to ensure that much more of what we have in the value chain process will be hijacked by some people. And we just felt that, look, it is because before now, the process was not clear, was not open. But after we started engaging the NBC, it is clear that they have assured us now that at least once every quarter, all the stakeholders we meet will assess the challenges and the problems that we have. And I believe at the end of the day, it will be a win-win, and we'll all have reason to smile and successfully migrate from analog to digital broadcasting.
Absolutely. Mr. Tony Akertu, Bonn Chairman, thank you so much indeed for your time this morning.
You're welcome.
Now, we take a short break, and when we return, the news update comes next. Stay with us. Hello and welcome to the news update on ITV. I am Anuluwakbo Stevens. Motorists and residents along Airport Extension Road have appealed to the Edo State government to extend the ongoing dualization of Oba Erudia Road to Oba River Bridge access to improve traffic flow and connectivity in the area. The road users, however, commended Governor Senator Mondo Kwebolo for sustaining the project and continuing from where the previous administration left off. Patient Osaragiwa has the details.
The road rehabilitation has reached an advanced stage with major drainage and culvert construction completed to channel flood into Oba River. When the news crew visited the project site near Umigbe community, construction activities were in full swing with workers and heavy-duty equipment engaged in various aspects of the rehabilitation and expansion works. Some motorists and residents expressed satisfaction with the pace and quality of the project. They said the completed sections have already improved movement within the area and appealed to the government to extend the dualization to Ogba River Bridge axis to maximize the benefits of the project.
We commend the government for the continuation of the road, but we still ask for more to be done, especially from this spot to the bridge, and it's giving us a lot of concern.
I beg, may government come help us, come do this road though, I beg.
He's the governor of everybody. He's trying, and we still place it, so he should help us for the bridge.
Commenting on the progress of the project manager, Mr. Johnson Iloke, said a significant portion of work has been executed in line with approved specifications. He explained that despite challenges posed by the rainy season, the construction team remains committed to delivering the project within the stipulated time frame.
Right now, our target is to protect the site that we have finished to this level with asphalt. We've already finished about 4.3 kilometers, and we have about 1.7 kilometers again that we want to add. The entire project is about 8.65 kilometers. So we've had 4 already, and we're adding about 2. So what will be left will be about 2-point-something kilometers.
The Ogba Ewodia Ewobioba Road project is expected to enhance transportation, improve access to adjoining communities, and stimulate socioeconomic activities upon completion. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Meanwhile, leaders and members of the 5 Block of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, in Edo State, longtime ministers of the gospel and other stakeholders have converged on Benin City for a leadership conference 2026 aimed at strengthening unity, spiritual growth, and effective Christian service. The conference, which attracted Governor Mondo Kwebolo as special guest of honor, and other dignitaries, focused on the theme, Keep the Fire Burning. Afure Aneto reports.
In a remark, the Edo State Governor, Senator Mondo Kwebolo, who was special guest of honor at the Ministers' Conference 2026, organized by the Christian Association of Nigeria, Edo State Chapter, appreciated the prayers of the Christian community and reaffirmed his administration's commitment to security, peace, and development across Edo State.
By the grace of God, Edo must be safe. Yeah. I need you to continue to pray for this nation, for the unity of this country.
Edo State CAN Chairman, His Eminence Supervising Apostle General Irikpeno Omoike, described the conference as purpose-driven, aimed at strengthening unity, peace, and effective gospel propaganda within the body of Christ.
CAN is calling for action against human suffering. Enough is enough.
Speaking on the theme, Keep the Fire Burning, Vice Chairman of CAN, Very Reverend Father Alfred Agbonlao, identified pride, bitterness, and unforgiveness as threats to spiritual growth, urging ministers to embrace prayer and holy living.
The greatest tragedy in ministry is when the fire on the altar goes out. But today, God is calling us back to the altar.
Guest speaker, Bishop David Abioye, said sanctification, passion for God, and unity are essential for sustaining spiritual fire, calling on ministers to uphold righteousness and restore godly order in their various denominations.
How do you know you carry this fire? First of all, it will show in your tongue. And as I'm speaking to you right now, I release tongue of fire.
Special prayers for the body of Christ and the nation were offered by leaders of the 5 blocks of CAN, including PFN Chairman, Pastor Margaret Agbonifo.
Nigeria is alive today. It's by the mercies of God.
You shall fall for your sake and speak. Renew our zeal. Blessed be to your holy.
From Benin, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
The Ojawe and elders of Uyugu community, located at kilometer 17, Benin Abraka Road, Ukwacho Ward 6, Orionwa local government area, Edo State, have called on landowners and customers to present documents of landed property to the verification committee, which will commence seating from 22nd June to 22nd September 2026. William Siama has more.
A statement signed by the chairman, Verification Committee, Abigo Community, Pa David Usunde, says landowners are requested to bring land documents comprising original and photocopies to the office of the committee headed by him. The statement explains the time is 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. It urged those concerned to comply with the verification notice to avoid sanction. William Siama, ITV News.
And that ends the news at this time. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuluwapo Stevens. Up next is TMI Socials.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
On the news tonight, NEC approves 83.2 billion naira to mitigate impact of flooding, climate-related emergencies. Reps push for intelligence reform with 3 new bills on national security. Relief as woman kidnapped at Benin City vegetable markets regains freedom. Reviews for Edo 8th Assembly as lawmakers mark 3 years in office. Lagos CP Tijani Fatai conducts on-the-spot security assessment at Pan Atlantic University, Lekki. On the menus on ITV, I am Charity Tanko from the Abuja Network Studio, and joining me from Benin Network Studio is Lawrence. Lawrence, good evening.
Good evening, Charity, and good to have you on the news tonight.
We also have Marcelina from our Lagos Network Studio. Marcelina, good evening.
Beautiful evening to you, Charity, and good to see you on the screen tonight.
Thank you very much. You can watch ITV live online at www.itvradio.com/live. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And now the news in details. The National Economic Council, NEC, has approved the sum of 83.2 billion naira for the Anticipatory Action Task Force interventions aimed at mitigating the impact of anticipated flooding and other climate-related emergencies across the country. As Abigail Aderemi reports, the app for the intervention was given Thursday at the 158th meeting of NEC at the Presidential Villa, Abuja.
The 158th meeting of the National Economic Council was expectedly presided over by Chairman of the Council, Vice President Kashim Shettima. The Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Atiku Bagudu, made a presentation on the need to proactively address issues associated with flooding across Nigeria, particularly during the rainy season. His presentation led to the approval of 83.2 billion naira for the Anticipatory Action Task Force intervention aimed at mitigating natural disasters. Speaking, Vice President Kashim Shettima called on states to work with federal government in resolving the logistical and compliance barriers that prevent farm produce from reaching international markets. The Vice President said the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration's reform agenda must now produce visible results across the Federation. Senator Shettima noted that the Council's work must be judged by what changes in the lives of ordinary Nigerians, especially farmers, manufacturers, vulnerable citizens, unemployed young people and children who will inherit the country. The council noted that the importance of the AATF in addressing disasters and emergencies across the country, underscoring the fact that NEC cannot continue to be seen as always taking reactionary measures with regards to emergency and disaster management. VP Shatima said Nigeria remains a federation moving from stabilization to production, from aspiration to implementation, and from isolated interventions to coordinated national growth. According to him, the agenda before the council was not a new conversation, but a continuation of the national assignment with greater pressure for action and results. VP Shatima pointed out that the special protection agenda before the council was an opportunity to convert national conscience into a durable system that protects citizens and strengthens human capital. On exports and production, VP Shatima said Nigeria must stop relying on the export of raw materials while importing finished products from other countries. He maintained that the country's economic transformation depends on a complete value chain linking farms to factories, factories to standards, standards to ports, and ports to markets. From Abuja, Abigail Adiremi, ITV News.
The House of Representatives says it is committed to strengthening Nigeria's intelligence architecture through effective legislation and stakeholder engagement. Chairman, House Committee on National Security and Intelligence, Honorable Ahmed Satomi, stated this in Abuja during a public hearing on 3 bills seeking to enhance the operations of the Department of State Services, DSS. Ogani Victor reports.
Those bills seek to establish a DSS trust fund to provide sustainable financing for logistics, training, and personnel welfare. Others include the establishment of a Strategic Intelligence Management Institute for professional training and coordination of intelligence officers, as well as a DSS Research and Development Institute to boost indigenous capacity in cybersecurity and intelligence technology.
One addresses the funding, the second addresses the professional training and coordination, and the third addresses the indigenous capacity and technology. Together they aim to position our intelligence agencies and to better protect the Nigerians and Nigerians' national interests.
Declaring the hearing open, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, represented by the House Majority Leader, Professor Julius Ihambere, stressed the need for continuous training and retraining of security personnel, as well as the deployment of modern technology to tackle the country's security challenges.
They recognize that threats facing Nigeria today require more than conventional responses. They demand sustained investment in intelligence capacity, innovation, research, professional development, and institutional resilience.
Stakeholders of the hearing expressed divergent views on some provisions of the bills, with some calling for amendment and others seeking the deletion of certain clauses.
So I want to suggest that there must be a clarity as to the source of funding for this new agency that is going to be set up.
We want to underscore the fact that promulgating this bill into law would unintentionally create ambiguity and duplication.
So in my opinion, I think services should seek for funding within.
From the House of Representatives, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
Still on security matters, the federal government has called for stronger collaboration between the media and security agencies to promote national cohesion and strengthen resilience against security challenges. Security correspondent John Tenna reports that Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, made the call at the Nigerian Union of Journalists 2-day National Security Summit in Abuja.
Stakeholders from the media and security sectors are gathered in Abuja for a 2-day summit organized by the Nigerian Union of Journalists to deepen dialogue and foster cooperation in addressing the nation's security challenges. The forum provides an opportunity for media practitioners and security agencies to engage on ways of strengthening collaboration towards enhancing national security and development. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, urged media organizations to exercise responsibility in reporting the activities of non-state actors, warning that sensational coverage could amplify fear and panic among citizens.
Nobody is calling for censorship. Nobody is asking the media not to do its job.
But we must know that we must have a country to keep. We must have our unity to uphold so that Nigeria can make progress. Please take these terrorists and criminals off your front pages. This is what they crave for, free of charge.
Media executives and practitioners emphasize the need for mutual respect, trust, and sustained engagement between the media and security agencies in the collective effort to build a safer and more united nation.
Meaningful dialogue and collaboration between the media and security agencies are essential for deepening democracy, promoting national unity, advancing the public interest.
Gone are the days that security agencies see those of us in the media as, in quotes, an enemy. We all want the best for Nigeria.
The media influences public perceptions of security operations. Security agencies depend on the public for intelligence, which is shaped by media narratives. Therefore, the relationship must shift from reactive engagement to structured partnership.
The theme of the summit is media and security agencies as partners in nation building. From Abuja, John Taylor, ITV News.
You're still watching the main news on ITV. Now we take you over to Benin City, where Lawrence is on standby with more stories. Lawrence, over to you.
Thank you very much, Charity. And here in our Benin studio, we'll begin by telling you that the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly and the member representing Owan West constituency, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, has debunked a report of students' abduction at the Holy Trinity Grammar School in Sabongida, Ora. Joy Obarisagbo brings details.
This morning, today 18th of June 2026.
Following an alarm raised on social media in the early hours of June 18, 2026, claiming some students were abducted in Owan West local government area of Edo State, the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly and member representing Owan West constituency, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, described the online report as false and urged residents to disregard the information.
The first alarm is geared towards bringing down this government. And as a member representing the local government, I want to say that first alarm, the person that raised that first alarm is a very dangerous person. And I want to say that person is a saboteur. And the person has been arrested. And I think the person will have to face the law.
Agbebaku assured the public that Governor Monday Okpebholo remains committed to the security of the people of Edo State. The Speaker said security agencies are on ground and actively monitoring schools across Owan West to prevent any breach.
The governor is doing very well in terms of security. That I can tell Edo people. Owan West is a safe ground for our people to dwell. They should not panic. Children should go back to school. As a member representing that local government, we also go ahead to liaise with the security body to make sure all adequate and necessary security arrangement is activated.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Insecurity and its impact on governance and national development took center stage on this week's edition of 60 Minutes Nigeria as analysts examine the growing challenges facing the country and possible pathways to lasting peace. The report filed in by Joy Egwasa is presented by Bomosa Ugiagbe.
The guests expressed divergent opinions on the demolition of buildings linked to kidnappings, ritual activities, and cultism in Edo State. The discussion highlighted how persistent security threats continue to undermine economic growth, agricultural productivity, investment, and food security across Nigeria.
For somebody to wake up in the morning and begin to indulge in evil activities, and I like the way the government is dealing with it, you're going to making sure that everybody that are involved are dealt with.
There should be a committee or a judicial reason in place to investigate, not just to say the person confess that I stay in a social house. This is where I live. When the person will not roll a bulldozer there and destroy the house. No, it's not done that way.
Speaking during the program, Bishop Lucky Omonabiesi emphasized the need for a technology-driven approach to security management. He called for the deployment of modern surveillance systems, including CCTV cameras and other digital security infrastructure, while advocating greater involvement of technology experts in strengthening the nation's security framework. In his remarks, His Royal Highness Bako Doguo condemned individuals who aid criminal activities through the provision of fake charms and other forms of support. He stressed that good governance cannot flourish in an atmosphere of fear and insecurity.
Technology can only be set to when the people that study computer science or understand technology in total are employed.
We are not paying attention to security. What they are doing now is high-level kind of kidnapping and stealing. You need camera CCTV that you will be in Benin here. You will be able to watch what is happening now with you.
According to the guests, empowering the youth through jobs and economic opportunities remains one of the most effective long-term strategies for tackling insecurity. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The victim of a recent kidnapping at the vegetable market of Airport Road GRA in Benin City has regained her freedom, while security operatives have arrested one suspect linked to the crime. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebolo and the Edo State Commissioner of Police CP Monday Agbonika confirmed the successful rescue of the victim during an intelligence-led operation carried out by security agencies. The report filed in by Emmanuel Chegwe is presented again by Ikpowosa Ugiagbe.
Yes. According to authorities, a 32-year-old suspect identified as Marvelous Isaac was arrested in connection with the abduction. Security operatives also disclosed that another suspect was killed during a gun battle that ensued when the criminals attempted to resist arrest. Items recovered from the suspects include a red Lexus RS 350 allegedly used in the kidnapping operation, a pump-action shotgun, live cartridges, a motorcycle, and more than 2 million naira believed to be proceeds from the crime, including ransom money reportedly paid by the victim's family. Security agencies say investigations are ongoing, with efforts intensified to apprehend other members of the kidnapping syndicate still at large. In recognition of the successful operation, Governor Monday Okpebolo presented a cash reward to the police officers involved in the rescue of the victim, commending their bravery and professionalism.
Something very terrible happened on Sunday, and I called the Commissioner of Police and I told him that whoever committed that crime of kidnapping inside Benin City must be arrested. Within 24 hours, those guys has been caught. Now we are going to set up a special court to try kidnappers and cultists. Within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we are done with it. And I will sign it. Your execution, hanging, I will take you to the roundabout, that is Ring Road roundabout, so that the whole Edo people will see you.
In his comments, Commissioner of Police Monday Agbonika has reassured residents of commitment to strengthening security across the state and bringing criminal elements to justice.
Executive Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebolo, who has been very courageous in the fight against kidnapping and the fight against cultism in the state.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Some Edo State residents have described lawmakers in the 8th Edo House of Assembly as a rubber stamp who refuse to deliver excellence to their constituents. The comment came as residents assessed the performance of the legislators on their 3 years in office as they inaugurated the assembly. Efusa Uwangwe brings us the details.
They are not doing enough. That's the gospel fact. They are not doing enough. And I see them generally as a rubber stamp.
The 8th Edo State House of Assembly was inaugurated in June 2023 and is currently in its first legislative tenure. The role of a State House of Assembly, as outlined in Chapter 5, Part 2 of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria as amended, serves as the primary legislative arm at the state level. Its core roles include making laws, conducting oversight functions, approving budgets, and providing a check on the executive branch. With 24 single members elected across constituencies of the 18 local government areas, some Edo citizens have lamented poor representation from the 8th Assembly in the past 3 years.
For my own local government, I cannot see his work or his handwork there. It's as if the demand there is non-existent. So we find a situation whereby they are there for their personal gains and aggrandizement. I would have advised that they should be more proactive in the remaining period that they have. But unfortunately, that is not their concern, because they are more concerned about how they will be re-elected.
Actually, from my opinion, what I see today, all those people, they represent themselves and their family. They are not representing the people that send them.
While the All Progressive Congress holds majority representation, some citizens commended the absence of leadership tussles. They acknowledged unicameral structure but faulted lawmakers for failing to deliver tangible projects and effective oversight.
Edo State House of Assembly, for stability of leadership, I give them 60% or 70%. But generally, in terms of functions, in terms of oversight function, in terms of delivering a dividend of democracy to the grassroots, they have failed.
From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
We'll take you over to our Lagos Network studio where Marcelina is on standby. Marcelina, over to you.
Many thanks, Charity, and welcome to our Lagos Network studio. The Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has ordered an immediate waste evacuation operation across the state following growing concerns over the accumulations of waste in several areas. The governor, in a statement issued by his special advisor on media and publicity, Boyinga Akonsile, acknowledged the concerns of residents and assured Lagosians that efforts were underway to address the situation. It said the issue has received the highest level of attention from Governor Sanwo-Olu and relevant authorities, stressing that residents deserve a clean, healthy, and environmentally sustainable environment.
You're still watching the main news on ITV, and now in continuation of our news, the federal account. We'll be taking a short break, and when we return, we'll bring you more of the stories.
Well, thank you so much for staying tuned on the network news on ITV. Moving on, where residents and traders in Benin City, the Edo State capital, have expressed excitement as Governor Monday Okpebholo announced plans for the commissioning of the ongoing construction of the Ramat Park flyover in November. The governor, who embarked on an inspection tour of the project, said he was satisfied with the pace and quality of work at the site. The report is presented by Momosa Ugiagbe.
Speaking with journalists after the inspection, Governor Okpebholo said the construction of the flyover has recorded significant progress, adding that the road network around the project area is also receiving attention.
We've gone around to see how far the construction of Ramat Park is going. Apart from the flyover, you see the network of the road around this area now. This place is more beautiful than the way it was before.
Governor Okpebholo expressed the hope that President Tinubu will be in Edo State to commission the flyover project, which is the first in the state, adding that the park should also be ready and the area will become a tourist attraction to many people.
President is coming to commission this place by the grace of God in November. That will be my 2 years in the office. Before then, we should have made a lot of progress.
The project manager, Lee Jansho, said the project is over 95% completed and will be ready soon. Janso explained that the remaining works include the installation of street lights, expansion of junctions, road markings, and painting of the bridge.
Percentage of the completion for the flyover is more than 95%. Maybe we will use another like 2 weeks or 3 weeks and finish all the remaining small work. So I think we can achieve.
Some residents said the project has transformed the aesthetics of Ikpoba Hill and renewed confidence among residents and business owners.
Nothing like Okpebholo. This was very fine.
Nana Bini, they fine. This is the best governor. Okpebolo, Bakomiza. He tried.
Now the best governor so far in those states. See our flyover. Show you the see him. We never get this kind of one before. Every market day and ordinary day. Hold up, go full this place, but today, no more hold up.
Ikmomosa, Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The 3 days free medical outreach sponsored by the founder, Matthew Okpebolo Foundation, Bishop Matthew Okpebolo, as part of activities marking his 76th birthday celebration, has been concluded with several indigent patients treated of various degrees of ailments, including surgical operations. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omije reports that the patients who benefited from the gesture were full of praises to the donor.
Leader of the medical team, Dr. Sadolo Asebota, who was on the ground to coordinate the free medical outreach sponsored by Bishop Matthew Okpebolo, said over 21 different cases of surgery were carried out, while other categories of ailment were treated within the last 3 days.
The next few hours, they should be concluding this by the grace of God today. We should conclude today. Then for the general practice clinic, they are about closing up now. They have to wind up. They also gave out a number of glasses. Over 21 cases of surgeries done. They will clear all the cases by the grace of God.
The founder, Matthew Okpebolo Foundation, Bishop Matthew Okpebolo, said he is fulfilled, being able to meet the medical needs of all the indigent patients who showed up during the medical outreach.
Today, I'm fulfilled that I'm still able to continue to do it. So it's God's favor. I just mentioned many things about. Anytime I heard from me, I said God is involved. If God is not involved, I won't be doing this one for 30 years, and I'm still doing it. And today, you can see some people. Saw them. Nothing they are paying, nothing. Everything is free.
I know how it has inspired his children and even his grandchildren. A lot of them even say, oh, the way Grandpa used to give out to people, we want to also do that.
Some patients who are recuperating after the surgical operation showered encomium on Bishop Matthew Okpebolo for saving their lives.
Now, something swelled up for my shoulder. Now, yesterday they called me operator and come out. God will bless them.
What and passage is here, which yesterday the surgery was successful. Already God have blessed him. Then we pray for long life.
Yesterday they do the surgery and it did successful. They did not collect any money. It's free.
The week-long activities continue with visit to Ubiaja Correctional Center on Friday. From Edenu Irua, Chris Omije, ITV News.
Efforts to tackle unemployment and equip young Nigerians for the future received a boost in Edo State as stakeholders gathered for the Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program NJFP 2.0 Edo Job Fair, themed Building a National Workforce for the Future. The event brought together government officials, private sector employers, development partners, entrepreneurs, and hundreds of job seekers, creating opportunities for networking and career development and also employment. Patience Osarogiwa brings us details.
The Nigerian Jubilee Fellows Program is a federal government initiative supported by the European Union and implemented by the United Nations Development Program UNDP. In his remarks, the Senior Special Assistant to the Vice President on Delivery and Coordination, Mr. Okobo Adegbe, said the federal government remains committed to creating opportunities for young Nigerians.
We have assurance from the UNDP team and employers that the graduates that are here today, they will find a place to work before they leave. That's the assurance that the UNDP team has given.
Giving an overview, the head of Inclusive Growth UNDP Nigeria, Claire Henshaw, said the program is designed to bridge the gap between education and employment by connecting young graduates with work placement opportunities, mentorship, and skills development initiatives.
The NJFP program was designed to solve a specific problem in the job market, and that problem is early career experience.
Edo State Coordinator of the program and Commissioner for Finance, Engineer Emmanuel Okobo, represented by the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Efe Isenrien, alongside the Commissioner for Youth Affairs, Honorable Charity Amanyawo, commended the UNDP and NJFP for the initiative.
I also going to specifically appreciate His Excellency, Senator Monday Okpebolo, for creating the enabling environment that has allowed initiatives such as NJFP 2.0 to thrive in Edo State.
Participants took part in career guidance sessions, employability workshops, and direct interactions with prospective employers while organizations exploit opportunities to recruit qualified young professionals.
Jubilee program. I love the initiative. They're very intentional about the growth and the well-being of Nigeria youth. So for us, all that program just align 100% with what we currently do at Junior Sub and Better Work.
From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Just on to the network news, broadcasting live on independent television. We'll take a breather to bring you more reports shortly. Stay with us. Thank you so much for your time. Moving on, despite the ongoing conflict surrounding the kingship stool in Iwu Town, it's a central local government area of Edo State. The kingmakers, chiefs, elders, women and youths have reaffirmed their unity and unflinching support for the Onoji of Iwu, His Royal Highness Barrister Abdulrazak Ujefo III. The development was re-echoed during an enlarged meeting held at the town hall in Iwu. William Siama tells us more.
Addressing the gathering, the secretary, Iwu Development Association Worldwide, Dr. Uzoya Okogbosu, went down memory lane on how an Onoji in Iwu is crowned and installed by the kingmakers. Dr. Okogbosu, an associate professor of history and international studies, head of department, Ambrose Ali University, Puma, explained that the National Executive Committee of Iwu Development Association, in conjunction with chiefs, elders, and natives, home and abroad, have resolved to unite behind the recognized Onoji, His Royal Highness Barrister Abdulrazak Isesele Ujefo III, despite the conflict spearheaded by one Prince Jafaru Isesele Ujefo.
Right from the ancient period, again, the sole and irreversible ancestral law for the kingship system in Ewu and Kingdom is that once an heir apparent is crowned and installed as King Onoji.
In his remarks, the Okumagbe, also known as the unifier of Ewu and President Elu Kide Social Cultural Association Ewu, Chief Jerome Idiata, said Edo State Governor Senator Mondo Pueblo should be properly briefed as regards the tradition and culture of Ewu people.
The throne of Ewu, all you see the reigning Onoji on the throne. All you the reigning Onoji in Yale. I really already. The throne of Ewu. All the economic tree, all the motolo, all the revenue.
He didn't just go to that position. He was born as Onoji right from birth, and he has passed through the process necessary for that position. He grew up at Okokman. He and last Onoji.
William Siam, ITV News.
Primary and secondary school students across Edo State are set to benefit from increased educational opportunities as the numbers of scholarship awards for winners of the 2026 ITV and Radio Inter-Schools quiz, debate and essay competition has been doubled. The commitment was announced by the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Edo State Government, Honorable Pius Alile, who is the sponsor of the annual competition, during a courtesy visit by members of the Special Event Committee of Independent Television and Radio, led by the Chairman and Deputy General Manager, Special Events, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun. Thomas Sado has details.
The team visited Honorable Pius Halile's office to brief him on the preparation for the 2026 edition of the competition. Speaking during the visit, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun described the competition as one of ITV Radio's strategic investment in the future of young Nigerians. He noted that the initiative is designed to sharpen the intellectual capacity, confidence, and public speaking skills of students while promoting academic excellence. Dr. Okosun added that the 2026 edition will feature an expanded format, providing opportunities for more schools from the 3 senatorial districts of Edo State to participate.
This scholarship that you extended to some of these children will define their lives, will define what they will become. But a child that you gave a meaning to his life will never forget you. And by virtue of that, God will never forget you. So I want to thank you again for all the support and solicit for more support this year, because we want to make it bigger, more grandiose, and better than all we did.
Responding, Honorable Pius Alile commended Independent Television and Radio for sustaining a program that goes beyond classroom learning to nurture leadership qualities and critical thinking among students. He aligned the initiative with the educational and human capacity development objectives of Governor Monday Okpebholo's SHINE agenda.
When there are programs like this, people don't talk about it. They talk about those things that have not been done or those things that have not been addressed. The truth of the matter is that people go to university and see how students are assessed this loan. Students are happy that that provision is there. So we need to commend the effort of the federal government.
High point of the event was the formal presentation of the proposal for the 2026 ITV Radio Interschools Quiz Debate and Essay Competition to Honorable Pius Alile, Deputy Chief of Staff to Edo State Governor. Thomas Sado, ITV News.
A cross-section of Nigerians have expressed mixed reactions over the introduction of a strict anti-defection policy by the Nigerian Democratic Congress, the NDC, mandating all candidates, including presidential and legislative aspirants, to sign indemnity bonds and sworn affidavits that requires any NDC candidate who wins election to vacate their seats if they dump the party for another platform. Joy Obarisiagmo brings the report.
Look at the Democrat and Republican in America. They don't live each other. When you win me today, tomorrow I may win you tomorrow. That's how it goes over there. But here now, where the platform at which you use to enter the position, sooner or later, they will just dump the party and enter a new party. It's not good. And it is a good precedent, and it's a good thing for our democracy. And I urge all other parties to emulate.
The anti-defection policy unveiled by the NDC National Chairman Moses Cleopas during an indemnity signing ceremony at the party's National Secretariat in Abuja on Tuesday is a policy that makes signing the bond a precondition for uploading candidates' names to INEC portal. Proponents of the policy described it as a healthy precedent that would strengthen democracy. Legal experts, however, expressed concern over constitutional complexities surrounding the policy. Benin City-based constitutional lawyer Barrister Douglas Ogbankwa comments.
The Constitution giving you an opportunity to leave if there was a division in a political party is actually in consonance with Section 40, which gives you freedom to associate. That is why you see when you are contesting the candidature of a party, you are saying that, no, this is not the candidate of a party, that you are the candidate. The Supreme Court has said in Lere and APC and other, local classicals, that it's only a political party that can say who its candidate is.
Comrade Martins Oname, National Director of Research and Publicity for Human Rights Defenders Organization in Warri, welcomed the ideology-binding defectors to vacate elected seats. He argued that frequent post-election defections have weakened party structures and betrayed voters' trust, adding that NDC's move could restore accountability in the political system.
It will help us to stabilize our democracy. So it is a very good thing, so that
defection will be highly minimized.
A Lagos-based legal practitioner, Barrister Dami Damola, said defection and cross-carpeting is constitutional and there is a need for transparency and accountability.
They are only trying to create a safeguard, and trying to ensure the fact that, the rule of law is strictly adhered to.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Chairman, Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria, BON, Mr. Tony Akyutu, says arrangements have been perfected to ensure a seamless digital recently launched in Abuja. Mr. Akyutu made the statement on a breakfast show program this morning on ITV while commenting on the implications of the digital switch for the broadcast industry. The BON chairman said most television stations are on digital terrestrial transmission, pointing out that BON has received assurance from the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, the NBC, and other government ministries.
We have received the assurances of the National Broadcasting Commission and the retailing agency, the Ministry of Information and National Orientation, that this is what will happen in the next 18 months as we experiment with digital migration.
And officers of the Edo State Security Corps have arrested some suspected vendors in Ifandion community and Atanti quarters in Urumi, Esa Northeast local government area of Edo State. The Deputy Corps Commander Richard Balogun said the suspects were arrested with exhibits. Jonah Omorowa tells us more.
The Deputy Corps Commander, Edo State Security Corps, Balogun Richard, said the suspects on June 11th and 12th, 2026 at Efadion Community and Antati Quarters in Uromi, Esan East Local Government Area were arrested while vandalizing and stealing iron rods from a pottery and cables from residential houses.
Who cut that wall for that first? Na me cut am. The only thing na tell me say make I cut am. But you say they carry you go court. They carry me go court. For court to where? To court for prison.
So that everybody has neglected me and abandoned me. So I did go there sometimes to spend some time. So that was where I saw two wires.
In a related development, officers of the Corps on a routine patrol arrested another alleged motorcycle thief. He was trailed to an uncompleted building where he dismantled the motorcycle and sold the parts as condemned iron.
When they hold you for food when you collect? Huh? You dig ground? Where the food?
You don't give the owner since.
Okay, you don't give the owner the food.
Yes, this one also. I used to come for us. I believe the accused.
See what you do. You follow me. Person, when you set this engine for, you tell us. This engine of this machine.
This morning I never.
Not be. Not.
I don't know it to be engine.
Okay, get up. Maybe you come. Show me your place where you live.
The suspect and exhibits have been handed over to Amedohian Police Division for further interrogation.
Across the state, we are monitoring investigations and still on all over. So we give a sufficient time, they will not find out the outcome. I will get report from my commanders across the state, but they are following up.
Other suspects arrested at several other locations in the state, according to the Deputy Corps Commander, will be prosecuted. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
We'll take another short break to bring you more reports in the world of business and sports. Stay with us. Thank you so much for staying with us. Let's now walk you through the world of business and sports. In business, where oil prices tumbled again after U.S. President Donald Trump and the Iranian counterparts signed off on a deal to end their war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The news boosted optimism for a lasting peace between the two nations after more than 3 months of war that has rattled energy markets and fueled a fresh spike in inflation. However, the upbeat mode on trading floors was tempered by expectations that the Federal Reserve will hike interest rates before the year's end after its new boss held its first policy meeting and acknowledged persistently high prices are a burden for the American people. The deal will see Washington commit to immediately waive oil sanctions and facilitate the release of a $300 billion reconstruction fund, while Tehran agrees to dilute its enriched uranium as talks on the longer-term agreement are held. Crude fell more than 1% on Thursday, extending the losses sustained since the news broke out at the weekend. Both main contracts have plummeted more than 15% last week when talks of an agreement between swellings. However, equities were mixed as they struggled to maintain the positive momentum seen this week following the Federal's latest policies meeting that saw a hold its rate to expected, but indicates it could hike in the next 6 months. And to the exciting world of sports, let's now join Solomon Aina to bring us more updates in the world of sport.
And on sport news, Ivory Coast striker Elie Wahi will miss the team's second FIFA World Cup match against Germany after Canadian authorities denied him entry into the country due to an ongoing investigation in France. The 23-year-old forward is under investigation over alleged match fixing during a French Ligue 1 match between Nice and Metz in May, where suspicious betting activities was linked to him receiving a yellow card. Although he was questioned by French police and later released, the investigation remained ongoing. Despite the probe, Wahi was included in Ivory Coast World Cup squad and played 55 minutes in the Elephants' 1-0 win over Ecuador. However, the visa refusal means it will be unavailable for the crucial clash against Germany. The Ivorians Football Federation confirmed the development, making Wahi the second player at the tournament to be denied entry into Canada after Ghana's Thomas Partey. Nigerians Chukwuebuka Enekwachi continue its impressive form in the international athletic circuit with a second-place finish in the men's shot put event at the Ostrava Gold Spike meeting in Czech Republic. Enekwachi recorded a season-best throw of 21.43 meters to claim silver behind Italy Leonardo Fabri, who won the event with 21.91 meters. New Zealand Tom Walsh finished third with a throw of 21.26 meters. The result adds to a strong season for the Nigerian shot put star, who recently won gold at the Namensky Memorial in Russia with a throw of 21.27 meters. He also placed fifth at the LA Grand Prix after registering 21.33 meters. Enekwachi's latest podium finish at one of Europe's top athletics meeting further highlights his consistency and growing momentum ahead of major international championship later this season. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon Aina.
And with that sports report, to call it a wrap on the ITV Network News for tonight, on behalf of my colleagues Charity Tanko in Abuja and Messelina Onko in Lagos, I am Lawrence Asifu, thanking you for being a part of the news. From all of us here, do have a beautiful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Erosa Agbonlao. On the Thursday weekly, we'll bring you very, very exciting topic and educative topic, one that actually enables you to understand what is happening in Nigeria, because our focus is always on Nigeria. That's why it's 60 Minutes Nigeria. So we're looking at governance and security. That's the topic for today. I have in the studio a very distinguished clergyman, a very renowned analyst, Bishop Lucky Omonabiese. Is a leader of congregation and also a grassroots leader as well. Nice to have you on the program today.
Bless you, Mr. Osa.
Okay, so we're expecting our other guests. Hopefully, you'll be joining us and we'll be introducing him. But let me give you a background to our discussion today. Governance and security. I must tell you that Nigeria, as it is today, is a country that so many citizens, visitors are scared because of the insecurity. And it has telling effect on the economy as well. So economic and social impact of the current insecurity bedeviling Nigeria. The security crisis affecting economic growth, agricultural production, investment, and food security. You can see now that the inflationary trend is not helping matters because of insecurity. Many rural residents have been displaced, farms abandoned, and businesses disrupted due to fear of attacks and ransom demands. Analysts describe insecurity as one of Nigeria's largest economic burdens, with substantial losses linked to kidnappings, terrorism, and armed violence. The federal government has continued military operations against insurgents and bandits. Additionally, Nigeria's National Assembly has advanced constitutional reforms that would allow states to establish their own police forces. Supporters argue that state policing could improve local intelligence gathering and response to security threats, although concerns remain about funding and political misuse. As of June 2026, insecurity in Nigeria remains a serious national challenge. While security forces continue operations against armed groups, persistent bandit attacks, kidnappings, terrorist activities, and communal violence continue to threaten lives, livelihoods, and economic development. So, strengthening security institutions, improving intelligence gathering, and addressing underlying socio-economic drivers of conflict remain critical to achieving lasting stability. That's the background of our discussion today. But we're going to start with Edo State before we now dovetail to other parts of the country. We must say kudos to His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, for taking a very drastic action in his approach to tackling insecurity, and that's the demolition of buildings linked to ritual killings, courtesan, and other crimes. We'll start our discussion from there, because just a few days ago in Uromi, we saw that very massive building, wonderful looking building that was brought down. But looking beautiful outside, inside there are allegations of ritual activities, courtesan, initiations, and all of that. That's what the authorities say. Bishop Lucky Omonabiese. Now, Governor Monday Okpebholo is not that governor that talks too much, but he seems to be an action governor. And we've seen the way they are going to deal with this issue of courtesan. Now he's tackling insecurity in a very wonderful dimension, tackling ritual activities and all of that. Do you think the governor is on track?
Well, thank you, Joel. The governor has started doing well. It's like hearing what we've been saying on ITV.
Okay.
And our complaint, our cry. You see, when you look at it, evil is evil. You see, for somebody to wake up in the morning and begin to indulge in evil activities, courtesy, ritual, killing, anything that is not genuinely, there is no a genuine thing that he's doing, is evil. And I like the way the government is dealing with it. You're going to making sure that everybody that are involved are dealt with. Bringing down the building, taking care of those people who are involved. Both the building, both the victim, everybody should be dealt with. Because when somebody wake up in the morning and be to operate out of the basic out of the law that guide the country is, or say is becoming a problem and a threat to the state. Anybody that is called should take it to the court, and the court should do justice to it. Bringing that bill is doing well, because this security matter have become a problem in Nigeria. Everybody is afraid. People also are running away from their, you are running away from your communities, or where are to, they are there. The way the government is going about it, I love it, and I appreciate it, and I encourage it to continue. It should not stop. Let it involve, I watched him yesterday when talking about to the Christian community, the pastors, the imam, all of them. He said, any pastor that is supporting those people, even his church, should be arrested. Bring the church down, because the church is a place where you preach peace and orderly. If you are a pastor, your boys are doing buying baby cars, you know where they are getting money from, you are collecting the tithe from them. You are also supporting the evil. Therefore, you need to be dealt with too. I'm a bishop. I cannot support a young man of 20 years to buy a car of 50 million.
And we see many of these young boys driving luxury cars. Yes, go on, Bishop.
Now, that is to show that the pastor of that church doesn't understand the value and loss of the community. They don't understand it's called future planning. Nobody gave birth with 9 months, a woman. A woman got pregnant, it is under 9 months, not overnight. A white man said, life does not change overnight, it changes over time. I mean, as you move and continue doing that thing, persistent focus, you are patient, then the thing will to manifest result. ITV started many years ago, more than 3 decades now. Then go to 3 decades now. That ITV started to now is a big station all over the world, national station. But it is not overnight. It's over time. But now we see our boys. I said, the first thing coming out to pass a bill, the bill of miracle money to stop in the altar. Because the Bible says, I will bless the labor of your hand. Then you are not laboring, you are not working, you are sleeping, you are feeling miracle alert. How?
We'll talk about that, Bishop Nokavala yesterday, but we're going to take a break now because we have a very distinguished guest. His Royal Highness Bako Dogo is already in the studio. He will be joining us because this issue of governance and security is of paramount importance to the development of Nigeria. We'll continue after this break. Back, just joining us is His Royal Highness Bako Dogo. He's a traditional leader. He's a man that is really experienced when it comes to grassroots development. Nice to have you on the program today.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Asato.
We are looking at governance and security. Now, let me inform you that the insecurity in Nigeria is costing the country so much money. Now, what the federal government or state government would have invested in the economy, in other sectors, in infrastructure, is being channeled to tackling insecurity, and that is affecting the development of Nigeria. Then, before now, we talked about rural-urban migration as a problem, and governments at all levels were encouraged to ensure that there are infrastructure in the rural areas. So probably not the youths will not be running from the rural areas to the urban area. Now, insecurity has made so, in short, the elderly, the youths, the women, even children, to leave the rural areas to the urban area. They are displaced because of insecurity. Like I said, we've heard the opening remarks of Bishop Lucky Omonabiase. We'll talk more about some of the things he said. Some youths driving illusory vehicles without really having a particular business or job engagement. We'll talk about it. But Bakodogo, now, your opening remarks. We've seen in Edo now that Governor Monday Okpebholo destroys or approves the demolition of buildings linked to ritual activities, to cultism, and to crime. A few days ago at Uromi, we saw the wonderful building looking good outwardly, but there are allegations of ritual activities within the house. What's your take on the demolition?
Well, yes, in as much I welcome that development. Issue of demolition will not just come first, because we have to weigh it. If somebody, I have so many houses in Benin, if my tenant commit a crime, you cannot just roll bulldozer to my house and start destroying. First of all, let it go through litigation. If the court found that person wanting, then you roll out the bulldozer there and demolish. Because it will come to a problem later where tenants who stays in the house and the house will be demolished, all because of the crime that tenant have committed. Those are my fear. And as a matter of fact, I'm even beginning to reject so many tenants away from my houses now. Because at the time you now inject so many tenants away from your house, we'll be left with nothing, because we don't know. The criminals are not written in the forehead. You will see someone that is very gentle, who is into crime. So that is why I am appealing to the government. First of all, there should be a committee or a judicial reason in place to investigate, not just to say the person confess that I stay in a social house. This is where I live. When the person will not roll the bulldozer there and destroy the house. No, it's not done that way. Let a proper special machine of criminality be established and confirmed guilty. It is said in Nigeria court of law that is presumed somebody is innocent until he is found guilty by a competent court of law. Let us go. We should not be going by what do you call it? We call it kangaroo stuff of life. We should go by what the law stipulates. Okay. By what the law stipulates, let us go by that. Although criminality in the country is not a welcome development. When we are looking at it, we said courtesan. Courtesan. What is courtesan? Courtesan is a wide scope issue. You understand me? So we want to look at courtesan. Those in the Benin is courtesan. Those in Lasibidi is courtesan. Asupika is courtesan. Have we been able to address those people? Are the people renounced? You understand me? So, or is it only the one in man fight? What do you call it? A black cat are courtesan? So let the government, let there be an awareness that whatever court you belong to, whether it's this one, whether it's open, whether it's registered or not, courtesan is courtesan. So, and again, what now mitigates so many problems we are having now? If you look at the numbers of different kind of illicit drugs that is in Edo State now, that's in Edo State, you see some people, some youth walking on the streets, dying. You understand me? So those also are part of the issue. Election is coming now. Election is coming. Who are they going to use for that election? Is this same youth. You understand me? So what are the ingredients of the election? Gun and other things.
Are they supposed to do that? Election is supposed to be through your
PVC
voter card,
yes.
Your PVC. Yeah.
Yes, if Nigeria, if we are getting a president who said enough is enough, when I win direct by the people. The people's mandate is what I will use. But in Nigeria today, no political party is exempted from it. No political party. Any political party say they are sent. All the parties are in it. just because some will be having money more than some. And we, the citizens, we also have the blame as well. You understand me so? We also have the blame. And because many of us are preparing now on that day. If you have 8 children, you already calculate how much you are going to get. I'm telling you, we already calculate how much we are going to get. And it's part of the insecurity, part of the problem we are having in Nigeria. You can see today right now. Kidnapping is no longer done by one set of people again now. It is now even people within that will be planning. The last one I saw in Lagos, where an inside person was the one who perpetrated that kidnapping. At the end of the day, thank God they were caught. My problem which I'm having, even the people in government are not also free from this issue. The security agents are not free from this issue. You understand me so? Like one of the mistakes the governor did, I would call it a big mistake, by merging civil defense with the police. It was a big mistake. Very big mistake. You could have allowed the civil defense,
that's the vigilante.
The vigilante, because I call it civil defense because they look like them. The vigilante is supposed to be operating on their own, but whenever they arrest, there will be a body that's okay, we hand it to that body, we again hand it to the police. At the time you handed it, you not say the vigilante and the police will work together. That is why we are finding what we are finding. Because the vigilante now is not the subject of road blocking. Go to everywhere and see they're blocking road. And when they are blocking road, the moment you stop, they're already demanding for money. Because that time that thing was created, you see the enthusiasm in them. The crime rate was reduced from even 90% to even 40, 30. But right now, it has not even gone to around 90% now. So I am appealing to the governor. Let it separate the police from the vigilante. Let the vigilante be on their own. Let them have a capable hand that will say, yes, oversee the affair of the vigilante. If you go to a police station now, even the police in the station are more than even the one outside. How many police you have found outside? You see OC this, OC Lukuluku, OC Covenant, OC this. What are you OC for? Whereby you're supposed to be OC in the outside. You see they will be well equipped with walkie-talkie. They will be well equipped. Police don't supposed to be an issue in the station. I once told you in Russia. I went to Russia. I went to a police station. I only find 3 people in the station. What are the people? They say they are all in the field. Our camera is mounted everywhere because we are not spending enough on security. Why this issue now? Nigeria is the only country before now that have not paid attention to security. Even the attention we are talking about now, the attention we are talking about is not even still there. DSS was created or SSS was created in order to gather information. If you remember when we were young,
intelligence.
Yes, intelligence gathering. When we were young, we tell nobody talk. We have CID, we have people in the village now, and they come as a way of doing job. What they are coming to come and do there is to gather information. Now, the DSS we have now is to run after the governor. One of them want to be a district to the governor with one big long coat. One big long coat. Is it what you are looking for? Is it really the government you want to be guiding? The citizens are the people supposed to be guiding. You're supposed to be in the market. Even go to outside the country, you see police are even part of drivers. They are cab driver. They are driving. Whenever you enter the vehicle, they know where to. As soon as you enter, they give signal to the other person that they drop there. But we should also go into that one. The issue of Boko Haram now. I'm surprised that what is the duty of the DSS? Why have DSS not been able to be part of the Boko Haram? So that they will be able to gather information. Because now, look at one of the biggest problems again in Nigeria. The man coordinating all the information of security. He don't even know what he's doing. No, Robado. He don't know what he's doing. Because he's supposed to be the center of coordination of the security in Nigeria. But today, you see, somebody will commit a crime in Sokoto, he comes to Benin, he start asking John, whether his name is Mohammed Kazim. Just like so. Even though you arrest him for another crime in Benin, put his hand in the very same. That we don't have fingerprint bank, which is an appalling. Any country you go to, if you commit any crime in Germany, you go to Holland, the moment you put your hand, your name, that fingerprint must, because they have a fingerprint bank. You're supposed to be coordinating all the security agents, even what you have in a passport. Your passport supposed to be transferred to that fingerprint bank. You don't have it. You understand me so? Why again? Election we are talking. You're not supposed to be talking about come and do voters card. Your national identity card supposed to be your voter's card.
Okay, thank you, Bako. You've spoken extensively on a number of issues, and I believe that the authorities will heed your advice, will heed your call, because a lot needs to be done. But we'll come back to Edo State, and His Royal Highness Bako Dogo said demolition should not be the first step. That's his own opinion, but he says that it should pass through the legal system before any action is carried out. But some persons say, you know, when things are tough, you have to approach it in a tough way, you know, but then he's saying caution. Then there must be caution. But in Uromi, and that's where Bishop Loke Monabe is going to talk about, we saw the photographs of even young men displayed, and they've been called to report to the authorities, which is a good one. So it's not left for them to obey and, you know, report as directed, you know. But the governor is from Isha extraction, and is not sparing any of the persons from Edo Central or wherever, whether you are Isha, whether you are Benin, whether you are Auchi, whether you are from Auchi, whether you are from where, as well as you are from Edo State, you are caught, you are dealt with. So, Bishop Loke, don't you think what the governor has done is exemplary? By not saying, oh, this person is from Isha land, let's cover up. He has not allowed that. He destroyed building in Uromi. And he's from Udomi. He's an Isha man.
Irwa.
He's from Irwa, Idomi Irwa. You know? So how would you describe this kind of conduct of the governor?
You see, a white man said, charity begins at home.
Yes.
Bible said, the enemy of a man are a member of his household. Now, the governor knew that he cannot start from Edo South. He needs to start from his home. Use that as an example. That's what you're doing now. That's what I did in Rome. If you look at that video, it's on the Facebook. The people occupied that house. They are young men. And when they put down the house, we found out by the understanding that there's something inside the house. That they found a certain body that is almost decaying.
Yes.
Now, these are young guys. Now, if you look at these young guys are not working. These young guys are just moving up and down, and you think that they are doing good job. And the governor look at the only way I can deal with this guy, because they have been using police, arrested them, releasing them, take them to court, take them to prison. They after the sergeant and they come back, they still go to the same job. Then the governor says, okay, fine, at this journey, this is my land. I want to take action in my land. Let me be to deal with the people. You that I have a house, I have tenant. If you are in my house, daybreak, I the landlord, I went to my business. I'm a bishop, I have branches, I'm a farmer. I do other things to sustain myself. Then you with my tenant, every day you are sleeping in the morning till evening. In the night, you will on your solar or your gen till daybreak, you won't sleep. If I am not a part of that, if I'm not gaining from that your dubious art, I should start asking what? Question. Like your ministry, if you are in a ministry and you buy a car for 48 million, 50 million, 30 million, and I ask you, how old are you? And Bishop, I'm 25 years. I will say to what? That because by understanding, at that age, you can't be such money. What do you do for a living? Who are you? You now say to me, I am just, I am doing internet business. Which internet business? What are you selling the internet? Are you selling cars? Are you selling shoes? What are you doing? What's your business? You say you are into fraud. Then be into fraud alone. You are defrauding somebody else hard-earned money. So this labor, whether black or white, is human being. As you defraud them, the pay, that person may die of heart attack. And you are enjoying somebody's blood money. If the person collect tithe or anything from that person, you are a part of that thing. Yeah, I mentioned all my youth must go to school. All my youth must learn trade. All my youth must do things with your hands. We are trained like that. Then what the government is doing, I supported it, because Nigeria has got to a point that we have stubborn Nigerians who will not listen, then they need to listen by force. Not people that will just wake up in the morning and start doing something different. Until we started sensitizing this thing, taking action over many things, you will see that this country will never live free from insecurity. Because the way we are going now, a time will come, you see a boy of 10 years driving like your car. You want to say, what's going on? Because the thing is going down. I love the governor. I saw the governor because these people kill somebody. Somebody was dead. Somebody was butchered. Somebody was operated upon. Said the person, some part of the person's body, the kidney, the heart, and all. They sold it to whoever is their customer. Then the governor will not show mercy.
Thank you very much. We'll talk more, but that will be after this break. I'm immensely grateful to you spending part of your 60 minutes with us on this program. And for those who started with us, I'm also grateful. My guest, His Royal Highness Bako Dogo, is with us. And of course, Bishop Loke Monabiese. You can see what they've said. Because even in the churches, we begin to hear of miracle a lot. I've never heard that when I was growing up. That there's what they call miracle alerts. A quick one, Bishop. Now, why do some people believe that, some clergymen believe that there's a miracle alert?
You see, that is another form of fraud. I don't know where they coined that one from.
Okay.
You can't study theology now. So you say they quote 1 Kings 17. If you look at that book so very well, it is a situation that a certain evil king was ruling. And it's with an evil queen, Jezebel and Ahab. And the man of God was fighting there. God chose to give him favor, to support him, to fight that battle. It is no miracle alert. But when they are doing churches now, is that somebody will open his hand and say that tomorrow you get money. And the Bible does not say so. So the Bible says, I will bless the labor of your hand.
So the youth must be given employment.
Yes. The government, let the youth go and learn work. Let God say, I think I said this program, government cannot employ everybody. We have self-employed. We have people that are going to work in the private company. We have people that are going to work in government sector. Then the youth have to ready because there's no way you can succeed. But if you just say want to go, God give miracle Allah that enter churches around that kind about 10 years ago now, that make our youth refuse to go and learn work. They will just decide to sit down and begin to run. And this a time will come, God give you a governor who will focus on your own body. Whether you are a pastor, you are an imam, you are a specialist, they will focus on law to know what are you practicing night and day. Now, what are the people you are gathering? Who are these people? And know whether you are the one God or you call God. We want to know how you arrive at this point.
Thank you very much. In Anambra State, we've seen that Professor Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, is tackling fake pastors, is dealing with them. He dealt with ritualists, he dealt with native doctors who make charms for criminals. Anambra State is sure there's palpable tension there. His Royal Highness, you think what Soludo is doing is right?
Oh, absolutely right. I think I really call Soludo the man of God, despite he's not a pastor. Because what he's doing is the right thing. If you say you're a native doctor, and you see mad people in the streets, and you say you have the power to heal, why don't you exercise your power there? If you say you are a pastor or you are a far, why don't you exercise your power to say, okay, gather them and start healing them one after the other? Send for the governor, whoever in that state, to say this is what I have, the power I have. Then you can even see what the man said the other time. Yeah, it's like if you can be able to heal 2 or 3 persons, one person, let me beat one person. If you are here, I will release you from the prison. None of them. The woman who says he did Abakaba, he could not. When they asked her to climb a van of a vehicle, she could not climb. But she said you have the power to make you to do anything. But you don't have the power to do anything. Climb a van of a police vehicle to take to the court. You could not even climb it. The police have to start jacking her to climb the place. What power do you have? Do you know that is not power? Because that is why they are deceiving our youth, the young people, and people believe them. You go to somebody's house, you cannot even find a straight to sit there. He said it's going to make you rich. The roof you see there is not available for even a goat. But the person telling you that I will make you rich, you are not asking yourself, why are you not rich first? Then you now make me rich. Because Nigeria will believe in all those kind of miracle that is not in existence.
Many people are gone.
Yeah, yes, because if let's say today that is happening in social places, social streets, you see everybody start pushing out there. And that is where, first of all, there should be education, sensitization, that those things are not in existence. If you are doing, you can see now, Yahoo is coming down gradually, whether you like it or not. It's coming down gradually. Now, because a man who cannot read, who cannot write, he said Yahoo, he did internet fraud. Where do you learn how to do that? Where you cannot even read and write? Because many people, they are into different things that we don't know. But I think for now, I learned that some of the native doctors now, and some fake pastors, they are running away from Anambra. They are coming to Benin now. Because let the governor also wake up in that aspect. Because when you are a governor, your eyes will be round every. Because if you look at the number of young boys now riding vehicle in Edo State, sometimes when you pass them, you want to park. Because the type of vehicle you are riding is not the type of vehicle they have. So the government should
mention a little vehicle.
Yes.
And it is not wrong for a young man to drive a car.
No, that's
when you are not driving a car that is above what your aim is, or what you are supposed to aim. That's where the problem is.
You see, before now, in 1977, 76 and all, we have the ministry administrator, governors who they were not demolishing houses. I do not support demolishing houses. Let the governor seize that house. That house can be useful. Because we are short of even accommodation today. Anybody who commit crime and the government say found wanting, that house will be seized for a purpose. Because by the time you demolish that house, it amount to nothing. When you seize the house, the government will seize the house and it become a government property.
Maybe they are afraid that after some time.
No, what I say, after you see what happened in Abuja, when over how many thousands of houses, how many houses were recovered from somebody? Yeah? The government sees it, and they have even sold the house to people. You can as well make money from that house. When you see the house, after some time, you sell it out to people. You can sell it so. Because you cannot, when you start demolishing, at the end of the day, maybe you now demolish half of the community. That's where my list stands for. I am not saying that anybody who commit crime, the house should be seized by the government. You should forget about demolishing. Demolishing cannot even help us. If we establish that, yeah, this person did it, sell the house. After that, sell it. Because you don't expect the government to sell the house and give you paper. Somebody else will come and say, the house belongs to me. It is not done anywhere. No matter where the court you go to. The moment government collect a house and later sell it for a crime that was committed, nobody can collect it. That's why I'm appealing to the governor. Demolishing these houses is not a welcome thing to me. Because if it's established, seize it. Later sell it, and that money will go back to the government, and which is a local development. Okay. And again, finally, my own side now, you see, the way we are living, even the civil servants are also not doing the thing. But in those days before now, when a civil servant wants to buy a car, you don't use his name to buy a car. Because when you see you with a flashy car, you will be questioned, how do you get this money? He will use his brother, maybe his sister brother uses his name to buy a car. Who wants to say it's for my brother? He will pay out the papers. But today now people do things with purity. Everything you see a civil servant driving a flashy car, who is not even up to level 5. When you are, do you not see that one riding? So that is part of it. Because if we want to sanitize the society, we sanitize from our home, we sanitize from our environment. If the government, who is supposed to be the eye of the people, is doing that, you don't expect it. Everybody can also be doing that. So let the people also be doing the right thing. Let the government be doing the right thing, so that the populace will now become watch of the. In abroad today, right now, go to there. I'm not saying commissioner of police. I don't see a commissioner of police. So a civilian is watching over the police, and police is watching over. That's why you see to steal there is very difficult, unless it's a proper organized crime. But yeah, you see commissioner of police 24 hours in AC. But I commend the FCT commissioner who went to the bush, stayed there for 4 days. I urge him to do more of that. Stay there for 4 days.
That FCT commissioner He's living by example.
Example. Those are the kind of police you want. Not OC this, OC Lukuluku, OC
motivating personnel.
You see what the personnel? You see when after substitution the kind of song they're going to. I was dancing with them because I was very happy what that man had done. And that is kind of people we need in Nigeria today. Because the crime rate in Nigeria is not something, even we as a traditional rulers, the government will also look at us and tell us, let us also perform our own magic. We say we have power. Let us also perform our own magic. And the government should call for a whole meeting, go to community by community. If I hear crime, give them tasks, give them money. If you have hunter here, take this money, look at bullets, and let those hunters be screened. So I do not want to see anything like crime in this area. But I can't motivate them. You see every when we say, okay, right now everybody come out. Because in the village things are still happening. Anyone who will steal, anyone who will hear what they are stealing and did not say, anyone whose children will perpetrate in anything like this, you see everybody will swear. What do people swear? Things will happen. I'm very sorry to say. My transformer will be vandalized almost about 18 times. My personal transformer I bought. People in my area now have to say, okay, what do you do? I said, I don't know what to do, I'm tired. They want to go and bring that. I stay clear. That's why since that time they said that nobody have vandalized that transformer again. Because that's the only thing they fear beneath. Urban market got born. People come to loot. You remember that year? Yes. You know so pastor came and paid, nobody paid something. And man came and paid. But the moment they go people were returning money, throwing money inside there. Because that is the only thing people fear in Benin. They were returning goods that were looted. They returned goods they looted. Even money. They were throwing money inside there. I think the government will also will not be looking at one side. As we are looking at the Christianity or Muslims, they also be looking at the traditional side. Because whatever we use in serving this country is what we'll be going for. I am appealing because it's over. So I went to a place just now. I saw one man, I think he just come from abroad, with everything that 6 policemen. I said, you know, I don't pay money for nonsense. If they want to catch you, they will catch you. No police will run away. Because as soon as you shoot or even look at, the police around you, you don't see them again. You know so. Because it is better we start learning. The police, they can't run when they hear knockouts. Not because of knockouts. I have experienced it. You understand me so? I experienced it when in my place, when I was in Bassa local government. I see soldier and police running. But I say, it is time for me. If I die, I will die as a hero. As soon as I raise up my arm, all my people say, if a king can raise up his arm, those who have gun or not, all of them follow me because I live by example. You understand me so? Things are happening. Just look at vegetable market. That kidnapping that took place. Police were there. They said police were running. Don't you see that? They were running. Let that be fun. We should not be covering things. They were running because one, they will even come out at you. Even your guy will send you. You were asked to guard bank. What are you doing in that place where they were kidnapping? Because the problem is from the top. We should not shy away from the truth.
Okay, thank you very much, His Royal Highness Bakodogo. We are looking at governance and security. We've been able to establish that even governance is affected by insecurity because the security situation, if it's bad, governance cannot be effective. Governance cannot be enjoyed. Those in charge of governance cannot be effective. And we've seen it. In Edo State, we've seen the drastic action of His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State. That is his own strategy to tackle insecurity. And everyone needs to learn. Everyone needs to desist from crime. Crime does not pay. Because if you do crime, after some time, it will backfire. Why don't you just work? So I'm also encouraging government. Provide an enabling environment for the youths. The youths, they are strong. They need jobs. They need opportunities to work. So establish factories, industries. Farming. Yes. Let's encourage the youths. If you set up a company owned by the state government, people must work there. The youth will work there. So that's what my guests have posited, because kinetic and non-kinetic approach must be adopted in tackling insecurity. Though, as Royal Highness have also said, government should also look the other way, that even the traditionalists can also help in tackling security. My guests are entitled to their opinion. It's not the opinion of the station. Bishop Lucky Omonabese.
Yes, sir.
Now, don't you think it's high time federal, state government, local government should involve technology in tackling insecurity? For instance, we saw what happened at Vegetable Market, which is Royal Highness. Somebody recorded the incident. The incident was captured. That's technology.
Yes, sir.
But assuming there's a CCTV camera
In that environment.
it will capture it even better.
Yes.
So don't you think CCTV, yes, our personnel, they are training, they are strong, but they need support. They need technology. Now, some countries, they use drones, not physical, powers like that again. Technology. CCTV cameras at strategic locations, like that Vegetable Market. CCTV camera would have captured it. But we saw somebody use his phone to capture what transpired. And I'm very sure those guys were not aware that somebody was just recording them. And that will aid in investigation.
Very easy.
So, what advice do you have of government in terms of technology?
Now, I will advise the Edo State governor.
Okay.
This is my state.
Yes.
It should involve young men.
Okay.
People that study computer science. Are involved there and build the technology station. Put them there.
A monitoring room.
Yes. Put them there to monitor. Put in CCTV everywhere. You bring these guys on board. Because one thing about governors of a government, if a governor that sit down, the hammer affair of the state, all people that surrounded you are people that are join your political, I call them clappers.
Yes.
Who are hailing you, hype men. You will not be able to understand that the world itself is above the level they are operating. Technology can only be settled when the people that study computer science who understand technology in total are employed. Yeah. There's you build a place where they monitor, where they see things. You put people that are doing this job. These are you now employ vigilante, train them. They guide this thing night and day. They have a monitor room where anything happens in the state, you can see it, then that will be done. But if the governor keep on operating this dimension of these clappers and the political hype men, that technology will never work.
Okay.
Because what is happening to our countries that anybody we voted for, the clappers and the hype men are more than the people that are learned. And if you have a company of 200 persons working there, and the learned people are 50, while the clappers and the hype men are 150, you get a local result. You can never get a standard result.
Thank you very much, Bishop Lucky Omonabese. What advice do you have for government in terms of technology? Because technology cannot be ruled out. If there's a monitoring room, like Bishop Lucky has said, you have a monitoring room, you have all these circuit cameras, and you collect data. You watch what is happening in your city. While you are even moving on the street, somebody is monitoring you somewhere, you even know, because the cameras are hidden in different locations. Yeah. So if there's a crime, it's recorded, it's captured. Don't you think there should be investment in that area?
I gave an instance about what happened in Russia.
Yes.
I was in Russia, Moscow. I told you I went to a police station with the then ambassador of Nigeria to that country. There is a big room. Everything that is happening in the entire Russia, not only there is a one that okay, this one is what's happening in Moscow, in St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg, they also able to also be watching what is happening in St. Petersburg, Baroda station. You understand so? They will also be able to monitor what was happening in the border to Belarus. You understand so? That is, we must devote yourself. We are not paying attention to security. I said it before. I said it before. We are not paying. Nigeria is not paying. What is federal and state are not paying that real attention, because this kind of stealing of silly goats is no longer in existence today.
No.
And the approach we are approaching is the one of civil goat. We are going to hide. If they carry goat, they come. That's not what we are after again. What they are doing now is high-level kind of kidnapping and stealing. So what you need is to have those kind of camera CCTV that you will be in Benin here. You will be able to watch what is happening now with you. You will be in Benin here, you will be able to watch what is happening in Agada Bode. You will be in Benin here, what is happening in my village in Nemuhi, in Lekpoma, you will be able to watch it. You understand me? So you may not put the camera in the farm, because even if you put it in the farm, nobody will not work. But let it be in where people are populated, where people are staying. You understand me? So, and it will be, and it's not just to put a camera. What happened in Russia, I think that they are working it, and that's why the police, every police have a code. You must, if you see somebody going, oh one, look at somebody with a bag. What is in that bag? Follow the person. Because every camera has a code. Every security agent has a code. They know who to call in social place. It's not just to put CCTV. The DSS are sleeping in the station. The police are sleeping. The civil defense that was proactive before they gave their license. The next thing, if they gave them gun, they will be active. Since they gave them gun, we don't see them in the bush again. The purpose of a plain civil defense was to be going through the bush. We don't see anyone going through the bush again now. All of them are there. They will wear one. I don't know where they sold that black thing, whether they put foam inside. Their chest will be very swell. That's what they are doing now. You understand me? So because before they gave their license, they cried that they can go through the bush. They will compliment what the police is doing. Since license are being given to them, since gun are being given to them, you don't see them in the bush again. They are also staying in the station.
They have different units. There are some that also monitor infrastructure, monitor pipelines, and all of that.
That's something you should understand. When crime becomes crime, forget about unit. Everybody will now be in the field. Forget about unit. Forget about whether this one belongs to narcotic, whether this one belongs to ghost stealing station, whether this one belongs to sugar station. No, everybody should be in the field, because the thing now are now eating us badly. You cannot even go to your village and say you are driving to village. You can't go to anywhere. The road is no longer safe. Tell me, if we have security, able men from here to Okene, do you think any robbery will take place?
No.
Look at me, Frank. Even if you don't even block the road, you don't block the road at all. And you have people you go with security talking with walkie-talkie. By not even blocking the road, there will be no single crime committed in that area at all. I urge the government to please do something and employ even our youth, employ them, both men and women, whether they go to school or don't go to school, train them. Whoever is employed and trained will become an expert. You understand me? So you don't be talking about certificate. Because the thing now become, let them take them off the street. For example, you go to my place now, Lekpoma, or in what do you call it, Ovia, build a house in a tent, or what do you call it, in the bush. Employ them. Okay, I want you to farm here. When the farm, I will mold the farm. I will buy the business. Be train them. Will they do it? They will do it.
Okay. Thank you, His Royal Highness. Because of time, yeah. I'm really grateful to my guest. Bishop Lucky Omonabia say thank you.
Bless her.
His Royal Highness Bako, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
And our viewer out there, thanks for your time. I believe you've enjoyed today's program. Insecurity is a menace. We must all collectively support government to tackle this monster for Nigeria to remain a country that we can really live in. On that note, I say thanks for being a part. Bye-bye.
àtúwájú abáná tó pa é. Ojode atwaje abana to pa e. Ayaba atwaje abana to pa e. Adaye atwaje abana to pa e. Egbetuwa.
certainly the best.
When you check your time now, the only time when the time your research will tell you now, go see now, daughter o'clock. Time for our program, so they call daughter the heart of the matter. I always remind us of that man is if you put your eye well for ground, you go open ant. Not only open ant, you go see the heart of the ant. So which matter I want to look today? Which ant heart we want to look today? Now the one we say concern security for our place. We don't say now government say they try, some people say government they try, some people say government don't they try. For now they don't get any person when we sit down when we say they secure that if not a big man, if not a small man, if not any class of people now we say they very, very open to this thing. As a call be now, say some people they talk and the other they say the way don't they go now, they go so rich ministers body, go so rich governors body and the rest of them. But we for Nigerians, we always they pray to make any bad thing not happen to our leaders. When they make bad thing not happen to our leaders, now the poor man is going to happen to. My name is Thomas Ado. So welcome to our program, so they call daughter. And this matter when we say you talk about, so now people they want to say we know say they head sharp well for this kind of matter. How would they carry they come and they come talk to us. We get our friend and brother when they be say now inside court they always the day. But the interest it they weller for inside the matter when we say concern Nigerian politics and the quality of life for Nigerians. And the name now Emmanuel Obak Bolo Esquire. Welcome to our program.
Thank you, sir. Nigerians, good afternoon.
Thank you. I got our brother here too. When we say if you're into when we say you want to make you ask God. No, sir. Welcome to our program.
I agree plentifully.
I agree to
now do well.
Before we start, my daughter say today is a birthday, so happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Say I go drag a come over if they carry hand, they go out. So therefore drag a come over.
Thank you so very much. We thank God for life.
So if we look at now, we they celebrate and all of this time. They celebrate in birthday today. I saw that they celebrate different things. Even celebration matter, they happen well before. But the blessed the drums of celebration, it don't they reduce now because of the matter when we say they concern insecurity. I want me to take out from there.
The thing they say insecurity. Within our constitution talk, Nigeria Constitution, section 14, subsection 2B. Talk say the primary functions, duties of government now to give security to life, the people and their property.
I see that for the welfare.
Yes.
For the people.
Yes.
But I want to ask you before you go far. You sure say that part for the constitution we're not going to remove them now. When we say government, they tell us say everybody man go take care of themselves.
Government don't.
Government was supposed to take care of ourselves.
Have they who said so that everybody should go and take care of themselves? Yes. No, if they have said so, then they should give us gun.
The thing they say we they go. You know when government fail, government will begin to look for excuse or excuses. So the way we our own bill now, government know say them don't fail, but because they pretend say they never fail, they come they try make them carry the security matter to rob everybody. Now the government wey dey talk say security na everybody problem. The government say still talk say make people not get arms, make people not buy weapon. So if you say security na everybody problem, and you say make dem no get gun, you say you no go license gun for anybody, how dem wan take on fight the insecurity? Na their hands dem go use, or na stick and catapult na the government wan make we begin to dey use. So the thing be say government by itself know say e don fail, na make government dey shift that responsibility dey come meet the people.
But I want to take this opportunity to say, not be the people hand that security dey. Now government hand, because if government not fit guarantee security, not fit give security to the people, then no need for us to get government. Na banana republic now we dey live.
Me no tell that one, tell me no. Maybe na lady for that republic. Me I no deal with you for that one. But make we look am seriously. For time when we say we say government dey try what they will fit do. But it's our brother when we say they come retired Major General Abubakar Rabi, the kidnapper kidnap his wife. Before notice that happen, say the man die, and government swing into action. Before notice that happen, don't enter inside, but the next day when we say yes, don't bring the wife come out and all of that. You know if you say government is supposed to clap hand for that kind when we see them do.
Now I don't know. Yes.
You don't find there before.
We greeting all the too much.
Okay.
They try. Not be say I dey discuss with one soldier man which day, not just one. And I say, what is happening? Is it that soldiers are not well equipped, they are not doing it? He said, okay, the truth of the matter is that if you know what the soldier people they do, you will commend them. That all this media publicity will be like say, now the one way bad, now they bring out. He said, if we tell you, give you video of the successes soldier don't get, you will commend them. I agree with her to an extent. But you know, now the way it affect you. Exactly. So that is why people they talk like that. Yes, they are trying, but they need to do more. It good make we sit down, review what we don't do, review how we do them, think of how better we will do them, so that this thing will reduce. Because it's not reducing. Crime has become like a big enterprise, big business.
Especially this kidnapping.
Yes. You know, they see how those boys they display money. Millions or billions of naira. It's going in. It's a big investment. So, you know, Nigeria, if you open one business for a road now, they say people they buy things. Other people go open near you because it's making. That is what is happening now. So, the government need to sit down.
Without one, you know, sure. So some people talk and say, the government takes time, give approval to that kind of business. When we say we know they see people when they do it, they catch them. People when they do it, they shame them.
Not be say they know they catch them.
No, because if you look at them now, you get what you go talk for here. Now, if you walk outside, now somebody will come and go hold you.
Yes.
You know, but these people, they will say they go do these things. They will collect the ransom, collect everything, display like you talk just now for social media and all of that. They go show their faces. They will threaten government and the rest. Yet nothing. They
catch one recently where they say now TikTok guy. They catch him. I hear. I don't see him. Now the point is now they are talking about state police. I just want to know that one. It's part of this thing that is bringing all these things, but it's not enough. I've been advocating this matter for a long time. One of them where I talked many years ago is this forest guard, which I hear now they are doing. Because long ago I don't talk and say, if you want to combat these bandits, let there be people who are in charge. Then they inside bush, then they comb our forest, arm them. That is their work. You can build houses inside there for them.
Or maybe tents.
Arm them very well, so they know. So before anybody enter, they do anything, it go dey hard. Now that one is gone. The next thing they talk, whether anybody like it or not, make we allow us carry arms, whether they like it or not. So people say, people going to kill people. When the killing way they happen, they not pass that one. Let everybody. If you are coming to my house, you know say I'm armed. You go think twice. Or if I dey drive, you won't stop me for road. You know I'm armed. You will think twice. So now government cannot protect us. Give us what is required, make we protect ourselves. That's what me I look at.
Okay, make I come to you as a lawyer. You see, the federal government say through the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, Fagbemi, he talk and say what they say they prosecute over 500 terrorists.
I read it.
Okay, so they prosecute them. But if you go to the north, they rehabilitate over 720. They put them back into the society, integrate them. I want to find out now different law now we say we get for this country. When they say one side or the federal government, I be the state government can't get part of the federal government. When they say yes, the federal government now go say this na terrorists, then they try them Other people just say, no, these are our brothers and sisters. Don't forget what they do. They rehabilitate, they bring them back into the society. I don't know what will be the legal implication for that kind of thing. One of the reasons we may call you.
The legal implication be say, we get anti-terrorism act.
Okay.
And now only some states don't domesticate them. When I say domesticate, means say now some states don't make them to be their own law for the state. Like Edo State now, Delta, Akwa Ibom, and some of all those states for southern Nigeria, they don't take them. But I want to tell you, say, Ogasado, most of the states for northern Nigeria, they never domesticate them. They only they pretend. And this kind of insecurity we will see today, come make I agree with what General Sani Abacha talk in 1995. Where he talk say, anytime you see any insecurity very strong like this kind one, will be terrorism, kidnapping, and others that will last more than 48 hours. He say government get hand inside. And I agree with them because Ogasado, when I grow up, by the grace of God, my papa na soldier. I be picking where them born for barrack, I go for barrack. Out of 36 states for Nigeria, I follow my papa live for 34. So that will tell you say I be real Nigerian. And when I grow up those days in Gombe, in 1987, I be small picking at the primary school. I remember one group of militia group came up. They called them Metesine. That Metesine, the day they started killing people, they started killing. 2 days after, Babangida can't tell the commissioner of police then Bauchi State, because that time Gombe there or that Bauchi State. Say if in 24 hours they not kill the head of Metesine, bring the body in here, say he go remove her. Ogasado, they get that man that same night. They killed Metesine. Metesine is the name of the man. Then he called his group Metesine. Right. So, and that was the end of that thing for Gombe. I witnessed another one again in 1991 for Bauchi. I witnessed another one in that same 1991 in Kano. And you see the way then, now under military day, it not the last 24 hours.
But the government...
But the one we get today...
They do it.
Today, the one we get...
This time they kill people now. So they enter that place, they show the short video, and they got to make boo for there. You go see them for there, even if you don't see the people when you see the kilo.
Oh, that's how they...
But you go see and say like that.
Oh, that's how they... This is the way the government know they try. Like I tell you now, last week here, the governor of Borno reintegrated 720. The total number we don't integrate for this year, from January to today, now 3,000. Person wey kill person, destroy things. You destroy that man, kill the man, take the life man, then you can't say you dey integrate to that same society wey you don destroy. Then what is the effect of our law? It shows say this law wey we dey talk about. In Nigeria, though, sorry sir, in Nigeria we know say na dual legal system we get. Okay. Like the southern part of Nigeria get what we call criminal code. In the north they call am penal code.
Yeah, which means no be one country now.
No, na one country.
Why they call they use different law for different people?
Na the British people cause am. Now then you know the British people, most of the thing wey they do am to favour one side. Okay. But today now we dey see the surface so. So the truth is that some of all these things wey we dey see so, politicians get hand inside, and e also get religious flavour. Okay. So because of that religious garnishing wey we get, wey some people dey hide under, you know when people wan do bad for black man land, they know say black people na we are so religious, they dey hide under religion take do their evil. Right. Now we dey see so wey dey happen for Nigeria, particularly in the northern part of Nigeria. So the thing wey we dey experience today, even when the law say do am like this, so people dey hide under religion, because if by the time you talk say no, this one you could begin to condemn some of all those things, they say e dey condemn our religion, before you know another thing go happen, just like you saw what happened to Deborah that time for Sokoto. So because of that, everybody come dey careful make you no talk about any religion. So make we just accommodate ourselves based on our religion. But the truth is this, we should first of all know say before we belong to any religion, we are first Nigerians. So we must speak with one voice as Nigerians, condemn anything and leave religion out of it.
You talk just now, you say one of your brother, when you say you talk with one soldier man, say if you know what is soldier men they do, say you go marvel, so you go see they try. But no forget, say you get where some soldier men they go, they say before they reach there, where they go there, they come out there. And the call say they get what they call an order from above, make them no good down. If they say they do here they try. Not be the same soldier man will say they try. Not be that they get order from above, say no go deep, no go this place.
The level where me I did now, it not be everything I did take as being true.
Okay.
I will read, I will look at them, because there are a lot of, they will call information overload. People just come up, say all manner of things. You don't even know which one is correct. Now, let me go back to the issue of amnesty and all that they are doing. Okay. You know, some of these things, like you said, they are politicized. Religion.
They bring the grammar conduct.
They put politics inside them. Religion matter day. For Niger Delta, if you remember, we had issues for Niger Delta many years ago when they kill people anyhow. And then at the end of the day, one president came, I think it was Shehu Musa Yar'Adua also. Yeah. They now came up with what called amnesty.
Yeah.
And everybody that were involved then, they were reintegrated, provided they surrender into the system. Now, they are the one doing it that side. So how are you now going to tell them that you will not also
give them that
amnesty? That is the matter with they. That's why you hear all those amnesty issues.
But that one from federal government that time now, not be states. The federal
it's federal government. There's no way state. Then all the states are operating under the federal. They are in the same country.
The talk so if they operate under the federal, how come some go the talk say make we they try for federal level, other go say make we they give them freedom?
No, but there's nowhere they are not trying anybody. I'm going to be frank with you. There's no way they are not trying anybody. Okay, but the truth of the matter is that there may be some selected people who have decided to say we don't want to do bad again. Whether it's both federal or state.
We get the one when basically they say they reintegrate or into the society. Some group, I think for Borno before, yes, one of those states. When they integrate them into the society, less than a week when we see they do, they commit the same set of people. They commit worse havoc that the one we see the first do when we see they carry the go. So how can we trust these people?
Thank God they will have a lawyer here. There are cases of people where judge grant order say release them, even government. They come back to society, commit the same crime, and they carry them go back. It happen. So it varies from individual to individual. Okay. We cannot generalize that.
Okay, from part of Sokoto State now, we don't hear now say some of these groups they don't take over some local groups.
Yes.
Say before you go your own farm, and then you come
pay some royalty.
You come okay if you know a royalty you call them, but you go pay tax to them before you say you go. If you don't go come back, or maybe the pack of okay this one never pay tax before let us go. This one never pay, you know that kind of a thing. So how we go to talk and say government not do for that place again? I mean it's stand but that thing we just say we don't get government now banana. Say now why you call us now?
Banana Republic.
All of us don't chop banana they go. And so now I want to find out because if for Sokoto State now, some people they go there before you go find you go pay tax. At a point, over here, say you get some kind of state, there's some area, they will put their flag.
Every time.
So if they see all those kind of this or those kind of thing, you feel say government they get control over those people.
No, and I can tell you say government no say they don't know what they do. They don't lose control. You know now with the talk of Sokoto, before this Sokoto two states, one Niger State. Niger State get 21 local governments. At a time for that Niger State, the bandits, the terrorists, they control 14 local governments. They put their flag.
Out of 21.
Out of 21. They give the governor 7.
National Assembly.
And in the same that Niger State, you will see the governor, they sing on your mandate, we shall stand. You will see the governor, every time they go Aso Rock, you don't know what the governor they do. So that one now, with the talk of Sokoto State, not the new thing for us. So the Borno State where they integrate, there are some local government now in Borno, about 3 local government. Their flag is still there. But they say that they will integrate them. So I don't know whether the government, when they finish integrate them, they bring down their flag. I don't know. But as I tell you so, that's I do. The flag they still there up. Now this Sokoto where they talk again because the new Niger State people come tired, people come lose focus, people come say you know consign us, now them will consign. But the truth is this, now Nigeria. So we consign all of us because anything will happen for any part of Nigeria, now all of us now it happen to.
But the thing when you don't do now, people don't look as normal thing. You know, understand? People just look at say this catch the happen as normal thing. If you wake up in the morning now, either you hear for radio, so they kill people, they kidnap people.
You know,
you watch television, you go see and there, you newspaper anywhere, now the same thing you see. Somebody say you go surprise, say one day you just pass, you know here. Say they kill somebody, you know here case of insecurity and all of that. Saying that the new normal now be that one. We go find out what are the new normal after this break. Or we'll come back, we'll open the line, we'll take 1 or 2 calls before we say we go round up, because this today program, let's say in our World Cup period, I be this one, so we'll take a very short break. Or we'll come back, we'll take 1 or 2 calls. After we'll see the ball they won't play. Stay with us, not go anywhere. We don't come back and we see the matter when we say concern security for our country, Nigeria, and the one we say it concern insecurity now we say we look. And if you look at just before we go to a break just now, we talk some kind of things the one we say it concern all of us and all of that. But I want to find out from us the time when what will be the motive of these people when we say do this kind of thing? What is there for their mind? Because if I say what is there for their mind and they do. Because when they hear that I not be Hausa man or I know they hear the language they speak, they say Boko Haram and they be. See they don't want Western education. You understand? And now if you go anywhere, they go for Oyo State, they kidnap everybody ready for school. They go for Chibok, that I kidnap everybody for school. Now they kidnap for school, how they go. So much so now people they fear to carry their children go to school. So much so now they close schools them. And the government in its own wisdom now for Edo State now, it close some schools for Igara. You don't understand?
And you open them again.
Okay, but for your own wisdom too, you don't send policemen and vigilante across almost all the schools that when they feel say yes, they're vulnerable to this, especially the whole of that Edo North and Edo Central. For your own now, you know, say people don't they gain grants. So as we say, you defer to carry your pikin go school, no not to the apple. I defer to carry my pikin go school and say yes, they don't want Western education. No sure say they get grant.
Then they gain grant.
So now what they want? Now they get you.
Yeah, then they gain grant already. But
before you carry on, before time to be a friend, I beg you want to be part of the program. Quick call the number 08077. We'll display the number there, 08077770300. 08077770300. Even 1 or 2 calls, no take them before we say we carry our kayak come up for here.
So what we are talking, we say the whole thing don't dey dimensional already. They don't get too many leg. Look at what happened for vegetable market last week. That will not be Boko Haram people now.
Nah, this thing now, now business now.
So what we are saying that the thing don't expand. We are facing act of terrorism by these Boko Haram people and their allied. We are now facing other dimension of it which are being localized. You understand now? Not be so that one day there and this other one day. That is what we are saying now. So why not we filter the two? Find a way to deal with this while we are dealing with this about this national issue. I call this religious war national issue. But all these war where they kidnap people up and down here, they are not religious.
That one not be the business when they say.
That be the business way they inside. Being an imitation of waiting they happen for the other side.
Okay, they take it to the next level.
Exactly.
So for your own now, how it will be now? You know, if you say these people when they call it Boko Haram, whether it's soldiers, now bandits or whatever, say that they gain upper hand. Don't forget to use that number. With respect to your call, me you call it.
You know, say politicians they get different style where they take they get wetin they want.
Okay.
During Obasanjo regime, we remember that time one governor where they call Yerima come, he say na Sharia for Zamfara State.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, all of us find out say that Sharia wey they bring for Zamfara State na political Sharia. Even the man himself, now go Egypt, go marry 8-year-old baby, call her wife. The same man wey they talk of Sharia. So me, I don't want really conclude now. Say the thing is tied to religion. But wetin I know be say the politician, the Nigerian politician, can come under religion to get wetin he want.
Yeah.
Can come under politics to get wetin he want. Can come under kidnapping as we dey see today can get wetin he want. Because some of the kidnappings wey we even dey see,
you go know say government na their voice na dey do am the government dey pre ten d say they no know anything wey dey happen and that's why
for your Edo State government they do wetin dem fit do.
yes Edo State government in terms of crime fighting I give am to the governor.
Okay.
Yeah, the governor dey try but the thing be say most of them even when na dem be the chief security officers of their state or chief security executive as the one wey we dey call them of their state they no really dey behave like executive they dey behave like people wey dey wait for everything wey come from Aso Rock but then when they wan collect security vote they no dey tell the people say the security vote is for all of us but when e don reach the time wey they wan talk say for security they go say security is for all of us so you see say the major problem wey we get for Nigeria today na the politicians particularly the governors.
Hello, good evening. Good evening. What will be your name? Where they call us from? Okay, Blessing, call again, I beg. Blessing, call us again because this is your line. Blessing, it's no clear at all. Call us again, only your call. Now, we say we take. We know say we take at least one call before we say we come out here. So you say something.
So the governors don't really fail because the truth is this. Everything wey dey happen today for Nigeria na for the states dem like dey happen well and the governors dem dey go tell you say oh I no fit control army I no fit control police.
So where that one come live with state police?
No, at least let's experiment. It may be the capacity of the police within and Norwich.
Okay.
So the state police now will have, and maybe at the end of the day we have local government police.
Okay.
That will now be at the grassroots.
We got street police now. All the vigilantes don't be
well, maybe we'll strengthen them because not the only day gone they will do this wahala.
Okay.
The one will happen for Benjamin. They say even police were there near them, they drop their.
No, that's not correct. That's not lie when we see the talk.
Well, that's what I heard.
We see the video and everything before the drive come and all of that. People get CCTV.
No, I watched it. Yes.
But you said the person where police were through.
No.
So now
this part of the line where they talk.
So now when they talk, I say overload of information.
Yes, I said it. Information overload.
No, sir, I'm again. I here go end it.
No, we
try. Friends at all.
You try.
That's major Russian.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Now do well. I bet you know they keep yourself very well.
Okay, thank you so much. But the next one we will say again. My name is Thomas Ado. Don't forget to man when tell woman say sit down where you know what in the sea. Now good evening.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
Welcome to another edition of your program, Hitches and Voices. On this program, our conversation centers around persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NADVID. NADVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Special apologies today because we are unable to have our sign language interpreter, which is meant to cater for our deaf audience. But subsequently, we'll be able to fix that and we'll have a sign language interpreter on set. Today is the 12th of June, 2026. It's Democracy Day, a day set aside to celebrate our democracy. I don't know if I can still refer to our democracy as nascent because we've gone more than a decade and that's no mean feat. On the program today, our attention is going to settle around the subject of democracy and disability participation. And who is best to have this conversation with us? We have with me in the studio a very revered and highly distinguished personality, Melody Omosa Esquire, one who has cast a niche for himself, not only in the disability community, but in our nation. I'll call him a national treasure because he's behind the conceptualization of the Braille Ballot Guide, a voting material that is meant to aid voting for the visually impaired. So you can understand why I call him a national treasure. Barrister Omosa, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. Always a delight when I have the opportunity to be with our audience and viewers.
Welcome. I'd like to say a big thank you to our audience who are following on radio and those of you who have taken out time to follow us on television as well. A big shout out to the management of ITV for walking the talk when it comes to disability inclusion. They have made Hitches and Voices a household name in Edo State by ensuring that this program comes to you live on television and on radio simultaneously. But back to the subject. Today we are talking democracy. Like I said, I don't know if I can refer to our nation's democracy as nascent. I'd like to have your overview on this. What's your take on Nigeria democracy? Do you think it has properly evolved? Do you think our democracy can rank among celebrated democracy in other climes?
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, viewers and listeners, for joining us again on Hitches and Voices. 29th May 2026, our democracy became 27 years, and that in an economy that is stable, in developed societies, if when things go according to plan, a man or a woman that is 27 years is already a father or a mother, have graduated and started living their life. So by no stretch of imagination should our democracy again be referred to as nascent. 27 years down the line.
He's a grown man.
A fully grown man. And I'm happy that today, of course, that leads me back. Chief Anthony Enahoro was said to have moved for the independence of Nigeria in 1959 at the Western House of Region, the Western House. Then, when he was but 26 years. So when juxtaposed against our democracy, the Fourth Republic, that is already 27, you agree with me readily that it is not a baby anymore. But it's a long way. But of course, when juxtaposed with other democracies, United States, France, and all that, well, we are still a very long way away. But we're talking about June 12th, the 12th of June, and I'm sure many of these present, the Gen Z generation, they call them, except they do a little bit of history, may not have known why June 12th.
But unfortunately, history has been taken away from our
curriculum. Very unfortunately. You recall that on the 29th of May 1999, the military handed over to a civilian elected government, and President Olusegun Obasanjo became the president, and that day was set aside as democracy. But down the line, there was a clamor that before May 2029, there was a June 12th, where MKO Abiola, Moshood Kasimu Olayiwola Abiola, was elected by an election that are then adjudged to be the freest and fairest election that was organized, where he won, had a landslide victory on the way to become the Third Republic president on the 12th of June 1993. Unfortunately, that process was cut short in that the elections were annulled, I think on the 23rd of June that same year, by the then head of state, General Badamasi Babangida. And of course, a year after, he declared himself in 1994 as as president, saying that the military under Abacha was unwilling to hand over to him. He was incarcerated, and in 1998 he died. The first from his own part of the region, Ogun State and the whole of the western region, continued to clamor that he should be recognized as an elected president, even though that process was cut short because he was sliding to victory very comfortably before that whole process was stopped. So for the western states, they continue to recognize June 12th as Democracy Day. That for them, that is the proper day of democracy, and would even declare those days as public holiday. But Mohammed Buhari, of blessed memory, the president between 2015 and 2023, I think a year or two before he left office, recognized June 12th and declared it a Democracy Day. What this president has done now is that June 12th is not, no, I think Buhari recognized that Abiola actually won the election and that he declared him as a former president. But this administration has properly recognized June 12th as Democracy Day. And instead of having a public holiday on the 29th of June, 29th of May, June 12th has now been declared as Democracy Day. However, the handing over day and change of government from one administration to another remains on the 29th of May because it's a constitutional matter. But my take would be that the National Assembly should allow this to reflect. This is popularly accepted to move our Democracy Day by 13 days from May 29th to June 12th. Not, however, this administration or parent elected president and National Assembly, state governors and state houses of assembly benefiting from it. But this administration can do that so that whosoever is elected next will know that the taking over date and handing over date will not be on June 12th. No need to recognize May 29th and also recognize June 12th simultaneously as Democracy Day. So that's the brief history of what has happened. So Nigeria is no longer, we are a grown adult, and we should be seeing some features of an adult who is actually growing and in charge.
All right, you said something very stunning, that a 26 years old Auntie Onaro moved for the independence of Nigeria.
Yes.
And I'm wondering where our current 26 years old, where they are now. I'm sure they are out there hustling for jobs, trying to get themselves one employment or the other. Meanwhile, years ago, a young Anthony Enaro had the opportunity to be in an assembly where he could move that motion. One would have expected that we would have evolved to a point where we have younger people in position of authority to impact governance. But like you said, a 27-year-old child is a grown man, and there are certain things expected of him.
Very well.
And we are hoping that we'll continue to mature. But let's come back to disability participation now. There's the issue of democratic inclusion. Do you think our democracy as it stands today is more inclusive of persons with disability? And what does democratic inclusion looks like?
All right, thank you very much. In democracy, we say there's always a social contract between the government and the people. And that is what distinguish or differentiate the system of government to other types of government. Whether the monarchical system of government that is largely by hereditary, or the authoritarian system of government, or the theoretical system of government, where people take either by religious inclination or by other forms assume rulership position, not even leadership. But any form of democracy, being parliamentary, presidential, provided the people have the free choice, can participate and decide who their elected representatives will be. It is said that the people willingly donate their power to their representative, and therefore a social contract exists between the government and the governed. And I think that opportunity to participate in those who lead you should be the starting point. You don't wake up and say government is not responsive and responding to the yearnings of their citizenry, when in the first place you have no say whatsoever in either due to lethargy or you fail to perform your civic responsibility, or the opportunity to so do was not even provided in the first place. The point I'm struggling to make is that democracy starts from when the people are able to participate and decide who leads them. And it is to that extent that inclusion should be the bedrock and the watchword of every system, democratic system, that is aimed at bringing everyone on board. And to how inclusive can we say the democracy is for persons with disability, I would say the conversation is on, but we are yet not there at all. We have started because I recall that I and the organization I lead, NAVID, or a Network for the Advancement of People with Disabilities, were a part of a process where we campaigned for Access Nigeria Disability Vote Matter campaign, where we engaged the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and other relevant governmental bodies to the end that they would make our electoral process and open enough for participation by persons with disabilities.
All right, we'll go to the issue of electoral participation. They usually say that in democracy, majority have their way, and the minority can have their say.
And only have their say, yeah.
I know that the community of persons with disability, we are in a minority in terms of our population and in our democracy. Would you say we've had our way, or we've been able to have our say, even though we can't have our way?
Well, I don't know how much you are in minority. It depends on what your calculations are. We are talking about over 35 million persons with disability in this country. And if we are able to harness that, everyone come together, I think the community of persons with disability as a constituency can sway election in any direction in this country if we properly harness. By what margin, what was the participation of the vote in the 2023 election between the candidate? We had a little over 25 million people participating in that election. And so I wouldn't really say that we have, as a constituency, that
we are in the minority.
Of course, if in any case, we say that we are the largest minority. That is how we like to brand ourselves. But of course, we know that we are not a political party, and so we belong everywhere. But the point will be that when it comes to advocacy for inclusion of this demography, the women group, for instance, and started long before, even the youth. Certain things were considered for the women and the youth group that we still yet do not have as a constituent.
All right, we'll stay on that subject, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation continue with the Executive Director, Navi Melody Omosa. Let's go on a quick break, and we'll be right back. Still Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and our subject for discuss today is democracy and disability participation. And before we went on that break, my guest disagreed with me that the community of persons with disability, we are not in the minority. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and it is estimated that the disability population in Nigeria is well over 30 million. So that is not a minority, or we'll call it the largest minority, like you said. Let's go to the issue of electoral participation. INEC at a time talked about inclusion. It was a big issue within our electoral conversation. But I recall in the last election, it seemed to me, my personal opinion, judging from what I heard from other persons with disability who were in the field, that INEC seemed to have relaxed in terms of their commitment to disability participation in the electoral process. Where I voted, for instance, there were no brave ballot guide, not just for me, for other persons with disability who were there. People complained that there were no instructional materials for the deaf. Elections were held in places where wheelchair could not access. So a lot of persons on wheelchair would rather stay at home rather than suffer themselves to go to a polling unit that is not accessible. So when it comes to participating in the electoral process, either as voters, let's even stay with voting. What's your take? Where are we on that?
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, there was this campaign where we tried to deepen inclusion in our electoral process with INEC, and we very well believe that engaging was the way to go. So we did not only advocate, but we were actually on ground to prefer a solution. That's where the Brave Ballot Guide you talked about was designed in the first place. First piloted in Osun State in 2018 gubernatorial election that held on the 18th of September 2018, and thereafter deployed nationally at the 2019 general election. One would have expected that there would be a progressive use and coverage in terms of distribution of the use of the Brave Ballot Guide. And Brave Ballot Guide is a system by which visually impaired and blind voters can access the ballot independently and be able to vote for candidates and parties of their choice. Like I mentioned, used nationally in 2019. After then, we continue to engage INEC to find out how we were progressing. Since then, in every election, we have always monitored. I have always been on the field to see the inclusion and the deployment of materials for the blind, the hearing impaired, even those with albinism, the provision of magnifying glasses for them to use. And what I see is that, like you noted, INEC seemed not, the momentum seemed to have dropped. I wouldn't know what happened. I recall that not only did we provide this guide, these materials, assistive materials for INEC, we also embarked on collecting data to know where voters with disabilities, the polling units, they vote, so that with that record, INEC can deploy materials meant for the individual voters to use depending on the disability type. And we also ensure that the CVRO, Continuous Voters Registration, that INEC now have, would, in the process of registering, you would have your disabilities type and stated in the form, so that they know firsthand that you are one with a disability, and on election day, seamlessly you will be able to participate in the process. But that's not what we are saying. INEC has always had this logistic problem. And I think that for a group of persons with disabilities, for that matter, it should not be much a problem. We know nationally they do have their challenge. But I would say that from what I monitored in the last election, I'm not impressed at the pace INEC is going. I think that, yes, it's fine that we had this problem 2018 when it was piloted, 2019 it was used nationally, and given the obstacles the election, if in the obstacles the election, organizing the election for a state like Edo, Ondo and all that, you cannot successfully deploy these materials for the persons with disabilities to participate in the system, I wonder what happens in general elections.
I mean, like you said, this is a 27 years democracy. And we would expect that at this stage, disability participation in elections should be a given. It should not be something we are still urging INEC, trying to encourage INEC to do. It should be a foregone conclusion that persons with disability can indeed participate in the electoral process, because the electoral process is accessible and inclusive. So we can only call on INEC to do the needful. Let's move over to representation. Do you think that persons with disability are adequately represented in leadership and in governance?
Well, they are not. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2006, Article 29 asks that state parties should open their political and public space for the participation of persons with disability. And that was also ratified by the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. But what do we have? I think that as we tinker with our Constitution, we have had the Fifth Amendment, and of course, the National Assembly is also making move to further come with amendment. I think we need to have seats reserved for persons with disability. It's not enough to come up and say by political parties, where for some of them will say...
But they say power is not served a la carte.
Well, we are talking about representation.
Of course, of course.
Government must be seen to be protective of the weakest, of the minority, of the vulnerable. And a minimum standard. Why are women asking for a 35% affirmative reserve for them?
Women?
For why are they asking that certain seats should be, 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women participation? That's why I said that the youth, of course we have, perhaps not serve a la carte, but we have the not too young to run be speaking to the participation of youth. But why are we not having something specifically directed at persons with disability, protecting their representative rights in the executive and in the legislative arm of
sorry for cutting in. Without mentioning any political party, I heard over the news that a particular political party has mentioned that as part of their policy, women and persons with disability who want to contest under their platform will be given their expression of interest free at a very minimal discount.
I say that is tokenism. that is just, that's playing to the gallery. It's like, oh, the Kingsley Okojen has the money to buy the form, and I do not have. And we are contesting for the same point. You have paid for the form and have given the form free. Who do you think the party will hand over the tickets to? The one that did not pay to contest and the one that paid for it. until they make such persons their candidate to say, okay, we have reserved because this person have indicated interest, this party is presenting this person to run for that seat, then there's no guarantee. And even where parties are willing to do that, what is the assurance that other parties will follow suit? So I think the way to go is to have our constitution amended, to have a represent, and it is done in all democracies.
Like in Uganda, for instance.
Yes, in Uganda, even in Iran, in Iran and in Iraq, for instance, I know very well, which is an Arab nation. They have certain seats reserved for the Christian population, a certain percentage, right? That is an Islamic country, and so we see that everywhere that certain group must have some level of protection. That is not all they should have, but at least we shouldn't have a 360 National Assembly members with no one representing the disability community and issues. Like I said, we are not just only a community, we are a constituent, and our issues should be so serious. So I think that we will do more to amend our constitution to guarantee some level of protection. That way, it will be a far cry for disability representation. You look at the executive, you talk about women, you talk about youth. How many governor or president have in their cabinet a one with a disability holding a substantive position, apart from what they try to do sometimes, having an SSA on disability matters?
All right. But very quickly, in 30 seconds, I've known you over the years. I've seen people in politics and in governance. I don't think some of them have some of the qualifications that you have to contest. Looking at the future, are you considering?
I hope you know what I'm saying.
Are you considering contesting for any elected position? Because I know you are more than qualified, more than qualified than some of the persons I see out there. Would you consider that?
Not for the moment.
Yes.
We'll see what the future holds. But
because I'm preparing to be your campaign manager.
Thank you so much for offering that. But I actually want to see that our system change and our democracy, our electoral process have such integrity that people will believe participating will not be shortchanged.
All right, this is a wrap on the program today. Such an interesting conversation, always with the Executive Director, Navid Melody Omosa Esquire. It is our hope that as our country's democracy continue to evolve, that disability participation will become more inclusive and accessible for persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
RTV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Uge Mobile Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Mobile Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
RTV, certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone. for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Hegato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, Obesni Agbe, Manazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body.
But the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your events to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.